Hey everyone, welcome to Geekle's Python Universe Web Edition. We are now on a junior track and it's 24 hours event of amazing speeches all around the globe. On the previous block, we even had speakers from completely different time zones, starting from India and ending on North and South America. Right now, our first Q&A session was finished. So we are good to go to the next phase. And now there will be three more speakers before we actually go to the next Q&A session. Still keeping the same vibe. Now I would like to start introducing you the next speaker. But before that, I would like to make a few more reminders for you, just a quick one. First thing is that, well, I know it's not always possible to stay awake and alert for the entire 24-hour stream. And that's why we've provided recordings for all the speeches for you. You can buy a package with all expected 25 junior track speeches for just $15 here at video.geekle.us. The earnings from the fee will we put back into the editing process to be able to provide you with the highest quality content. And also I would like to remind you that there is a case study summit for Java developers. We'd have for you to join us on the case study summit for Java developers on February 9th, 2021. It's gonna be an outbreak event with speakers from world-class companies such as Google, Microsoft, IBM, eBay, Red Hat, Oracle, and many more. You'll get 24 hours to in order to get a lot of different interesting things. So, for example, you'll learn practical Java tips using real-life examples from the world's best professionals via case studies. You'll concentrate on architectural solutions, microservices, object-oriented programming, and then you can learn what challenges leading Java developers face and how to overcome them. Register now with the early bird price deep dive into Java with Geekle. Thank you for listening out, and now I would like to start presenting. So this is a software engineer from Lufthansa System Poland. The topic would be related to the SQL connectivity, and the core of the programming abilities of this speaker consists of JVM technologies, Java Virtual Machine. His first and still one of the favorite languages is Java, but he had a possibility to write a few more projects in Kotlin. After some time, he developed an interest in DevOps tools and philosophy, starting from build system through scripting, mainly Python and Groovy, up to the whole CI/CD pipeline like Docker, Helm, Ansible. He possesses a strong mathematical background, especially in algorithm analysis and graph theory, and his biggest hobbies are running and cycling. Now we need to ensure that there is a good connection, and please take a look at the banner that we are gonna show you regarding Java early bird. And now we just need to fix a few connectivity issues, and we'll get back soon to you just in a few minutes. Thank you so much. Hey everyone, welcome back to Geekle's Python Universe Web Edition. We are trying now to establish a connection. You all know that sometimes it happens that the internet connectivity can get broken. So in that case, we are doing the best in order to achieve a connectivity, or else to talk to you a little bit while we are doing that. At this moment, it looks like there is a slight issue with the camera connectivity. However, we still are doing our best, and we will try now to enable the speaker and to allow the speaker to share the screen and talk to you, even if the camera is like disabled or not available by the moment. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Krzysztof Barszcz on the stage. Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. That's great. Welcome. Did I spell your name correctly?
Yes, probably the best in the whole history of my cooperation with people who aren't from Poland.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So let's do this then. Share your screen, please. I'm gonna edit, put it live. Then you can start your presentation. Closer to the end of the presentation, I'll step in and I'll say 5 minutes left, then 2 minutes left, then 1 minute left, so that you can adjust your conversation and stop it. And then, would you be able to join the Q&A session at the end? I
Sure,
realize it's quite late.
sure, I will be able to join this session.
Okay, then please share your screen so that I can add it to the stream. Okay, I can see your presentation. So this is SQL connectivity.
Yeah.
You're good to go. Good luck now.
Okay. So hi, I'm Krzysztof. I'm from Poland, and I'm usually a Java developer, but I also use Python. So here it is. So that's my table of content. First, I'm gonna tell you how to prepare all the Python packages and how to configure your connection to the database, how to prepare MySQL and verify it works correctly. Then we will dive a bit into the code, and we will try to connect to the database using Python. And if at the time allows it, we will try to do some simple rests. Oh, that's my environment. It's Python 3.8.5. I do not recommend using Python 2 as it's already deprecated. SQL Alchemy 1.3.20. This long version of MySQL allowing you to use it on Ubuntu. The newest stable version of Ubuntu. IntelliJ 2020, but it's also possible to use PyCharm or any other editor like Visual Studio Code. I just use it I always use it when I'm writing in Java. So, what do we need in Python? We need the language itself, pip tools, SQL Alchemy, PyMySQL, and Flask SQL Alchemy. If we switch to the IntelliJ, let's go here. Let's check. That's the version. That's the SQL Alchemy. And I'm also using Flask extension for SQL Alchemy to make it simpler to cooperate between these two libraries. So that's all for it. And MySQL. As I assume that you know how to use the SQL itself, but if you do not know MySQL, you do not use this dialect. These are probably the only commands we would need just to display databases, use the one we want, maybe create a user, and just show tables we want to use. Now I hope you could see my terminal. We will switch to Geekle. This second one is only for information purposes. It's internal for MySQL. I didn't create it. And as you see, currently this database is completely empty. We'll try to fill it after some moments. And just to refresh, here are the most important concepts we need to know. And I assume we all know them. First of them is entity. It's set of tightly coupled pieces of information, which is one row in a data table in a relational database. It's the smallest piece of information that is productively useful for us. Relation is connection between two rows into other two different tables. There could be many types of them: one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-one. But here I will present the simplest one, which is one-to-one. ORM is a technique of conversion the data between object-oriented programming languages like Python, Java, C#, C++, and other language, and the relational databases. It allows us to use the syntax we are adapted to manipulate the database and then save the results of these operations. And only one information before we move to the code. We will use Flask SQL Alchemy to cooperate with the DB. We don't have to do this. Only simple SQL Alchemy is absolutely necessary. But here would be far easier to write some rests in the second part. The differences are really small, and I think both syntaxes are understandable. And if you learn one of them, it would be very easy to move to the other one. So let's go to code. So here we have two classes mapped that will map the entities in the table. One would be the person, and second would be the address. Here we have some trivial columns: first name, last name, and age. And here is the part necessary to create a relation between the entities, and we will return to this part later. We have many types of columns that we can use, but I chose the simplest one, which are strings and integers. But we also have types for enums, for big data like pictures or music or almost everything. These two are the simplest one. And this one column is a primary key. We won't modify it in any way. It will be done automatically when we try to create person. We will only need to concentrate on these three fields. And if we go to the main class, here we have a syntax that it's needed to create a person. As you see, there is no ID, and as you may think, this constructor looks quite extraordinary, as we pass the set of arguments, and these keys are exactly the same as the name of the fields in the class. And we will check how it works internally after a few moments. But right now we have code that is responsible for saving this data. And we create first some address, then a person, and here we assign the address, then the other address and person, and we assign it in the other way. If we return to the person, here is this relation part. This is the foreign key that lead us to the address, and this is the relationship, and it will create a field in address that will allow us to add the connection on the other side, starting from address, as you can see in this second example here. It's just a list, and we could append the person to this list of the person who share this address. And we have possibility to create these two entities, and I will run the code. Okay. As you remember, the database was empty, but now we have two tables. They are mapped using the names of the entities. We could try to override these names, but for this one example, I think it's sufficient to just have these two names. Now we could use simple SQL query to display the information stored in the database. And as you see, the data is stored. One thing that is obvious is that we have people stored in the database, because here we wrote them. But if we write similar query for address, the addresses are also stored. It's because the SQL Alchemy knows about the relations we created, and when we try to save people, it will also save all entities connected to these people. So if we created a connection between first address and first person, when we try to save first person, the address will also be saved. And that's how it works. And here are the most important types that I think may be useful when we try to work on the databases. Big integer is for storing very big numbers. These three are useful when we want to store some time-related data. These are enums, floating point numbers, and the large data I've mentioned before. It could be picture or a film or something like this. And the most interesting thing that I've encountered when I was writing this code was how the constructors really work, because they aren't as simple as they look. It's easy to write them, but the logic behind them is a bit complicated, because attributes are structures called descriptors, and they override the default get set behavior. So here it isn't a very simple assignment between that the first name is something called column, when we set breakpoint here, we run the code again. Here it looks simple, just set of some attributes. But if we check the class, here they are all mapped as instrumented attribute, and the instrumented attribute has many other fields. And that's how they are implemented. They override the default set and get behavior. So you when you try to assign something to these values, the type would be preserved, but the value would be override. It would still be called the instrumented attribute. And because of that, when we try to save, it knows that it has to be a column that has type string. And we could write validation for it. We could write some serialization when we want to convert it to JSON, and the possibilities are quite similar to what we could observe in other languages. And now we could try to concentrate on rests. If we want to write a REST, we need to add resource related to the class and add an URI we want to use to connect to this resource. So here we have simple get. When we try to get a person with the correct ID, and then we return the first name of this person. So we could check we have two IDs, 1 and 2. Go to localhost 1000 1 and what? And now, as we see, we got the name of the person. And important note is that this is only a development server. It doesn't have any security related aspects. It's only useful when you want to test something. And if we still have a time, we may try to write some other rests like delete or post. And if you have some questions, feel free to ask them. Let's try with delete. B. I. B. Okay. So let's try with curl. Oi. One positional. Okay. So now we have error. Let's try to solve it. Should be probability. Yes. Okay, it's null. Yeah. I know what could happen. Of this sentence. Okay, so now we have delete. So next, okay, we need this line. This session comment. Yes, and as you see, one entity was removed. In the former version didn't work because we did the operation here locally, but we didn't commit the change in the database. And I think that's all I prepared. If you have some questions, feel free to ask them.
All right. It looks like you finished your presentation already, right, Krzysztof?
Yes, the presentation is finished.
Okay.
There are some
Uh,
questions I would be glad to answer.
all right. There are no questions yet on the stream at the moment. So my question to you is, would you be able to join the Q&A session at the end of the presentation? It is, let me see, it is 4:30 UTC time.
For 30? Yes, I should be able. So,
Okay, thank you so much. It would be really great, and I'm sure everyone here would appreciate it. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Speak to you soon. All right, so welcome back to Geekle's Python Universe Web Edition. This is 24 hours of non-stop presentations divided in two different streams, the senior stream and junior. And this particular one is the junior stream. I hope you enjoyed these speeches from different perspectives and different people all around the globe. Now we're gonna have a quick 5 minutes break so that you can take a coffee, um, which is especially essential now on the most time zones. And then in 5 minutes we're getting back and we're gonna have one more exciting speaker. So keep the vibe. See you soon. Бери заглушку, пожалуйста. Hey everyone, welcome back to Geekle's Python Universe Web Edition. I hope that you enjoyed this short 4 minutes break and you had enough time to take your coffees and so on. Before moving next, I would like to remind you that there's all the videos are being recorded, and the videos from this particular stream are available on our website for just $15, and that's it. We need this money in order to invest them into the editing process in order to make this video and to render them. Also, I would like to remind you that there is a case study summit for Java developers coming soon on February 9th, 2021. So you can learn practical Java tips, concentrate on architectural solutions, learn something about challenges, and so on. So you can register now with early bird price, dive deep into Java with Geekle. Now, I would like to present you the next speaker. The topic is writing effective unit tests, and it belongs to the web testing topic. And we all know how important it is to perform an appropriate testing. Actually, in the modern coding culture, the TDD approach is one of the most popular. The speaker is an algo engineer at Hudson River Trading, a high-frequency trading company. She also serves as a founding co-lead of their new women's employee resource group. Prior to that, she spent 6 years at Google working as a front-end engineer on Google Search and Google Drive, and a back-end engineer on Google Maps. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Jessie Newman. Hi, Jessie. How's it going?
Hi. Good. Happy to be here. I do want to say one thing before we get started.
Sure.
My talk will not be included in the paid group of talks. It's going to be uploaded for free onto YouTube later. So if you do want to reference back to it, like that's what it's going to be.
That's perfect.
Cool. So let me start sharing my slides.
Sure. Could you share a few words about yourself? I mean, in terms of what inspired you to bring this particular topic today?
Yeah, sure. I don't know. I think testing is pretty important. For one, like because it's good to write good code, but also I think it can really help you improve your career, which is something that I'm going to talk about a little bit in the presentation. And I think a lot of people like understand the value of testing, but don't really know like where to get started with it. So I'm kind of hoping, I don't know, this will be a good like intro to unit testing and particularly how to get started with it in Python.
Perfect. Sounds perfect. Thank you. So closer to the end of the presentation, when there's 5 minutes left, I will just step in for a second and I'll say literally 5 minutes left and then 2 minutes left and then 1. It's just in order to adjust the time and keep everything in schedule. Now I'm bringing your desktop to live.
Okay.
Presentation.
Awesome.
You're good to go. Good luck.
Thanks. Okay, so we're going to talk about unit testing best practices. So the way this is going to work is first we're going to talk a little bit about like why you should do unit testing, how it is going to like improve your life as a developer. And then we'll go through kind of like what are the best practices, like what is it you really want to be paying attention to when you're writing unit tests to make them really effective. And then we'll go through some Python examples of how you can use different Python tools to write your unit tests, including some newer Python tools. So, okay, everyone hates writing tests. That's pretty standard. So hopefully I can convince you that writing tests is going to be a good idea anyway. So the first thing I'll say is that good testing increases the lifetime of your code. And so it does that in a few different ways. So one is that if you're writing a really complicated API that a lot of people are using, a lot of times you'll have like some really commonly used code paths and then some that are like not used that frequently, but like still they're like important features that need to work. And so when you have these like less frequently used code paths, a lot of times like as the code around them changes, you'll find that those are getting stale. They like no longer have the same guarantees that they did when you originally wrote them. And so that's going to make your code last not as long. It's going to make you look a little bit like you're writing unreliable code. So by having testing, you can prevent that from happening. And you're going to be known for having very like reliable and robust code that lasts a long time. Additionally, you can get other people to make changes to your code. And so that's going to be both getting other teams to add features to your code, as well as like, you know, maybe your team's migrating to a new version of pandas. And they, you know, someone's going through and trying to update everything. If you have tests, they're going to feel a lot safer updating your code as well. And so your code is going to like progress as the company progresses through different versions of Python and like different APIs, because people feel safer making those changes to your code. Next, it also increases the impact of your code. So you're going to have more teams that are willing to use your code if they are like understanding how they can use it, as well as if they're able to add new features to it when they need to. And this is going to come from a few places. So one is that having tests makes them more likely to add features, but also tests serve as really good documentation for the code. Like it's very much a copy and paste example of how someone can add your code to their like feature and like really integrate with it. So this is really going to help people find more impact with what they're building. Finally, good testing lets you take on more projects. Well-tested code is a lot easier to train new developers up on. So if you're hiring people and you have well-tested code, you're going to have new hires that are much more confident starting to add features to your code when they're not worried they're going to break it. And so that means that you're not going to be the only one maintaining it. And assuming that the code you've written is extremely impactful and widely used, you're probably going to get stuck maintaining it for a while. So having other people to help you maintain it is good. And in general, the more tests you have, the less you're going to have to maintain it anyway, because it's probably just going to keep working. So hopefully I can at least convince you that like, as much as writing tests kind of suck, it's like a very efficient use of your time that's going to like make the code you write just much more impactful, much more long lasting. It's going to really free up your time to start new, impactful, and long lasting projects. So before we get like deep into unit testing, I want to make sure we have like a definition of like what a unit test is. So there's a lot of different types of tests. The only ones I'm going to talk about today are unit testing and integration testing. And that's because those are kind of like the smallest chunks of tests. So a unit test tests a like very self-contained block of code. And because it's very small and self-contained, the test is going to be very fast and it's going to be super easy to debug because you know exactly, you know, if something breaks, you know where the breakage happened. An integration test is kind of the slightly bigger size test. So that tests that your small blocks of code work together. So you have, you know, one class calling the next class, calling the next class. So integration tests are very important, but they are slower to run because you're calling a lot more code. And they're also harder to debug because there's a lot more places that the breakage could be happening. And so you definitely need both of these. But in general, you want to have a lot more unit tests and less integration tests. So if all the units are working great, then testing that they work together shouldn't be too strenuous of a process. So we're going to be talking about unit tests specifically. So what makes a good unit test? I have 5 things we're going to talk through. So the first one, unit tests should clearly explain what behavior they're testing. And so I have a few different examples of ways that you can do this. So the first, you can see here that we have 3 different tests, and it's very clear what these tests do from the name of the test function. So we have test get username, account ID is none. Test get username, account ID is in the database. Test get username, account ID is not in the database. And so those are the 3 things that we are testing with these 3 tests. That's very clear to someone who's trying to understand your code. Other ways to do this include adding comments. Sometimes people like to put all their tests under one test function. That's a fine way to do it. If you do that, you really want to make sure that you're still finding a way to like describe what it is that each assertion is doing. So here we have comments that are explaining each of these. My favorite way of doing this is having very prettily defined variable names. So we have, you know, assert get username for valid account ID gives you username, and get username for invalid account ID throws an error. And so, you know, you can look at the string invalid account ID and be like, okay, I understand what it is that we're trying to test here from the way that we have named these variables and the content of them. So you can combine all three of these approaches. These are just a few different ways to make it very clear what's being tested so that your code can also serve as documentation for other people who are trying to understand how your code works. 2, unit tests should cover all use cases and edge cases for each public function. So we have this function here, play tic-tac-toe move. It takes in a player, it takes in an X and Y coordinate, and it returns true or false. Did the player win the game in response to this move? So if we were going to test a function like this, what are all the different things that we need to test? So we would want to test if you're, like, what are the different ways you can win tic-tac-toe? You can win by playing horizontally. You can win by playing vertically or by diagonally, or maybe you don't win. You just place a move and nothing happens. What are some of the invalid cases? So maybe you try to play somewhere, but a player has already played there, or you try to place a move, but it's out of bounds. Those are all types of cases that should be tested in your code. So the absolute ideal way to test would be really going line by line and thinking what the edge cases for every particular line is. In practice, that's really hard. So what I would recommend if you don't have all the time in the world is going to be first come up with every single edge case for the code you can think of, both in terms of valid input as well as in terms of invalid input, and then use a code coverage tool to try to check if you tested every line of code. Code coverage tools are not 100% perfect because sometimes they'll be like, oh, you tested this line, but you didn't test all the ways the line could work, So doing both of those together is going to get you to nearly 100%. 3, unit tests should test all public-facing functions and avoid testing private functions. So in this example, we have our remove odd numbers function, and this private function is even, that is used by remove odd numbers. So if you want to test this, what you would want to do is you would test remove odd numbers. You would not test is even, and that's because if someone refactors remove odd numbers to use a different way of doing this, or maybe they change the name of is even to is odd and have it do the opposite thing, that would be a totally valid design decision. And remove odd numbers still works. It still does exactly the same thing. But if you're testing the private functions, your test is gonna fail. And that's because you're testing the implementation details and not the inputs and outputs and edge cases. So that's going to cause a lot of flaky tests that fail even when nothing's wrong, and then no one's going to trust when the tests fail. And so really sticking to just testing public functions is going to help you avoid having flakiness in your tests. Okay, 4, unit tests should contain as little logic as possible. So this is one of the biggest problems I see with tests. So we have this example here. We have this function, have same domains, and we want to test, does have same domains work? So what we do is we construct 2 different URLs, and we call have same domains with those URLs, and we check if the domains are equal. Or at least that's what we think we're doing in here. It turns out this function probably is testing a different thing than you expect. You probably expect that it's calling have same domains on google.com/maps and google.com/calendar and asserting that that is true. But os.path.join does actually some weird behavior when the strings have a slash in them. And so what is actually being called is this, assert have same domains /maps and /calendar. And so this is going to return true even if we break our have same domains code in a variety of ways. So this test is going to have a lot of false positives. And that happened because we introduced logic into our code that kind of hid what was actually happening from us. So a better way to test this would be to be very explicit about what it is that you're testing, just very, very verbose. And that's, when you're writing code, you're writing bugs, right? That's the whole reason we're writing tests. So if you're putting a bunch of logic in your tests, there's no tests that are testing your tests. You're just going to insert bugs into the tests. And so that's, we've just messed the whole system up at this point. So I do want to call out, in this particular example, the before was really long and the after was really short. That's just because I'm trying to not have you look at like a giant wall of text, but in practice, usually people are inserting logic into their tests because they want to make it shorter because there's a lot of duplicate code in their tests and they want to like simplify it. So, I mean, usually that's when this starts happening. And so I'd really recommend you like resist the urge to add logic in your tests to keep them shorter. Like verbosity is actually really good in this use case. You know, it's very important to like have no duplicate code in when you're writing code, but when you're writing tests, like there's different best practices, and being very verbose, even if it means duplicate code, is one of the best practices. 5, unit tests should not test code outside the scope of the test. So these code snippets on this page, we'll like zoom in on them on a later slide, so don't like feel obligated to read it super heavily. But what I will say is in general, we have this function get username, and it's calling into a database via an HTTP request and getting the username using an account ID. So if you are going to test this, if you didn't do anything special, it would actually call into the HTTP request, which may or may not work and is going to be really slow and like is going to depend on your network connectivity, and like that is not a good test because the things you're testing are things like network connectivity when you're supposed to be writing a test that tests the logic of the function. So this is the kind of example of things that you do not want to be calling into a database or calling a URL or really even calling another class because unit tests are supposed to be very self-contained. So we're trying to really only test the small chunk of code that we've said we're going to test. So how do you do that? We will cover this. Python testing tips. So we're going to zoom in on those examples, like I said. So again, we have our get username function. It takes in an account ID. Then we make an HTTP request. We pass in the account ID. We get the response, assert the response is OK. And then from the response, we access the JSON and we get the username field and we return that. So that is the function that we're testing. So how do we start mocking stuff out so that we can like keep our test self-contained? So the first thing is using the patch decorator. This is located in the unittest.mock Python package. And what it does is if you use the patch decorator on your test function, it's going to replace that function with a magic mock, which is a type that's also located in unittest.mock. So I do want to so when we see this patch decorator, it says at patch project.data.fetchData.request.get. And so that's saying we want the request.get function inside of the project.data.fetchData module. So going back to the previous slide, you can see, I mean, it's just annotated in here that this is what module that we're dealing with. And so that means that you're not mocking out the code in any other module. Only the request.get function inside this module is being mocked out. So if you get this string inside of @patch incorrect, it is not going to patch it out. So be very careful about that. Yes, so once you patch it, it's going to automatically be injected into your function. So we have this parameter being passed in of type magic mock that we're going to call mock client get. And this is our fake thing that request.get is being replaced with. So magic mock has a few different attributes on it. So the first one is return value. That says what should be returned when someone calls this function. And so what it returns is another mock. And so we're saying set the OK property on that return mock to true. So if someone calls request.get and they get a response and they check the OK attribute on it, it's going to be true. And it propagates in that same way. So if our get function returns a mock, which has a function JSON on it, which returns another mock, we're going to set that mock to be the dictionary username get name one, or username name one. So this is how we set properties on our mock. And what's going to happen now is if you call get username with any parameters, it's going to call, when it gets to request.get, it is always going to return an object that whose OK is set to true, and whose JSON function returns username name1. And so now we can do some tests without actually calling into a server or anything. So let's make this a little bit more complicated. So what if you want to not just do a return value, but like you actually want to replace the whole function? You want to be able to do other stuff inside this function. So that's where side effect comes in. So instead of doing mock client get.return value, we do mock client get.side effect, and we set it to a new function. And so now when request.get gets called, what's actually going to get called is our fake get function. Okay. I want to just make sure there's no questions yet. I don't see any in the chat. Okay. So that allows you to entirely swap out the function. So that's very versatile. It gives you a lot of different options. Hold on. Yes. Okay. So one of the different options it gives you is that now that we're replacing it with an entirely different function, we can actually add asserts inside of that function. So in this case, you can see at the top of our side effect function, we are doing assert URL is equal to the URL we expect, and assert params is equal to the parameters we expect. So now, not only is request.get returning what you expect, you're also doing some assertions when that gets called to make sure you're calling it with what you expect. And so this is really how you want to interact with things that are getting called outside of your code, outside of like the little section that you're testing. You want to make sure that you're calling it with the correct things, and then you specify what you want the return value to be so that you know all of the expected next steps in the test, or as it goes through the code. So the last thing I'll say on top of return values and side effects, side effect is overloaded, which is actually kind of confusing, and I hate that. But the way it is overloaded is, let's say you want the first time you call a function, it should return one thing, and the second time you call a function, it should return another thing. If you give side effect an array, that's going to be an array of return values. So in this code snippet, the first time we call mock client get, it's going to return our username 1 mock, and the second time it's going to return the username 2 mock. So that's kind of cool. So let's talk a little bit more about this mock object. So I glossed over this a little bit on the last slides, but you know, when we are setting these like OK and return value and stuff, we're setting those on a mock, right? And so you can create your own mocks and do stuff with them, and then have different functions return them. So I just want to take a moment to like just look at this. We're creating a mock. We're calling it username 1. We're setting some values on it. And now when we call mock client get, which is called when you call request.get, it's going to return the mock username 1. You can create mocks in a variety of different ways. This code does exactly the same thing as the other one. You can also set the type of a mock. So this is a part that's kind of cool. So if you have a mock and you call a function or attribute on that mock, it's going to return another mock, no matter what, no matter if that function exists or if that attribute exists. So if I were like in my code to be like, hey, what is request.get.hello, it would just return a mock. And so that's sometimes fine. That's sometimes weird. So if you want it to only return valid attributes and valid functions, you can give it the type of class that that mock represents. So in this case, we're saying our request.get is going to return a mock of type requests.response. And so now if you try to call hello on that, it's not going to work because request.response does not have a hello function. But if you try to call a function that does exist on request.response, then it will work and it will return a mock. Seal. So this is actually new in Python 3.7, and I like it a lot. So you might be thinking in that last section, like, okay, that sounds cool that you can like prevent it from creating functions that don't exist. But what if I want to do, like what if you have like some object you're passing around and you're trying to do asserts on it where you're like asserting things don't exist, but they do exist because it's a mock and it's automatically creating stuff. So what seal does is it says, anything that you have not specified up until this point will not be auto-created. So now we have our username mock. And if you tried to call hello on the username mock, even though it doesn't have a type, that is going to fail because you sealed it before you called that. So that is like saying, okay, the mock is complete. Any unspecified functions or unspecified attributes do not exist. So that's super helpful, and I think it's awesome. And I'm glad that they introduced it finally. Assert called with and call args. Let me see how I'm doing on time. Great. Okay. So yes, we had this example earlier where we created a side effect function, and that side effect, inside of it, we asserted some things about the parameters. So this is such a common thing you may want to be doing in a side effect function that you can actually do it in an easier way. So we have this assert called with function, and there's actually a variety of different like functions that are very similar to this. So things like assert called once with, to make sure it was only called one time. And what that does is it checks that the parameters your function were called with are the parameters that you wanted your function to be called with. And so that can make testing really easy. The one thing I will specify is that you have to pass the parameters in the exact same way. So like here, our first parameter, we did not name when we called it in the code. And our second parameter, we did use a name. We said params equals rather than just passing it in by like its index in the argument list. And so you have to access it that same way when doing assert called with. So if we did not have this params equals here, this assert called with would fail because that is not how we called the function. You can also access call args. If you want to do really complicated stuff, this is the way to like really get all of the details. So instead of being like assert it was called this way, you can be like, just give me all the call arguments. If you want to compare against another call that you construct, we have this call wrapper inside of unittest.mock, which lets you do really simple things like assert client get.callargs is equal to call, and then these parameters. So these last two slides do exactly the same thing. Assert called with does the same thing as call args equals call. But you have a little more flexibility with this one. You can make like matchers and stuff. Also new in Python 3.8 this time, we have the ability to access the args and quargs parameters, not parameters, but you can access the args and quargs directly. And so this is great because you used to really have to wrap it in a call or like index into it. And honestly, the syntax looked really gross and was really hard to remember. Like it just looked bad. And so this looks a lot nicer. You can access the quargs and args attributes on call args and assert against them directly without having to create this call wrapper. I'm very happy with this introduction. Okay, this is our final thing we're going to be talking about, async. So Python introduced like async and await and stuff, and so we're seeing a lot more code in there. And so there are now ways to test asynchronous functions. So we're going to go back to our original example where we have our like get username function, and we're going to rewrite it to work in an asynchronous way. That's outside the scope of the talk. So just to like briefly go through this, we're going to create a client session. Inside that client section, we're going to await session.get, and then we're going to await response.json, and then we're going to return our JSON username. So just generally, this is now an async function that we're using async and await on. So how do we test this in Python? We have async mock. So instead of, inside of your app patch decorator, by default that puts in a magic mock. That's what gets injected to your function. So instead, we're going to be like, no, we want an async mock with this new callable equals async mock parameter. And then now an async mock is going to be passed in. And basically, anytime you were gonna create a mock before, now you create an async mock. And once you do that, it basically just works perfectly. So you have to call await on the async mocks, and then it just works. So the important thing to note is I also have this decorator up here, pytest.mark.async.io. The reason for that is a really common way to be running these tests is via PyTest. So if you're running your test via PyTest and you want it to run asynchronously, if you add this decorator onto your test, it is just going to run asynchronously. Like that is going to be enough for PyTest to know how to handle the test. Otherwise, your test is not going to work because you can't just call asynchronous code from inside a synchronous process. So this is a very important decorator if you are using PyTest. That is the end of everything I have to say about unit testing in Python. I ran through that quicker than I meant to, so we are 10 minutes early. But thank you so much for listening. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter or LinkedIn, and I will be staying for the Q&A session as well. Where's our mod? Hey. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry so much. So yeah, I've been listening to that, to your presentation, and looking for it. You know, I really liked the way how you present the things. So there's plenty of approaches how to present data and how to organize the speech and so on. I really like that, you know, lightweight design with the flowers and a little bit of colors. It's all still clear, and it points the main information, but it also makes it like in your own style, which is really
Thank
great.
you.
So I've got a few before we are moving to the next speaker. I've got a few questions for you.
Okay.
So one of the things there is definitely like is again related to the unit tests. So first of all, how would you identify which unit tests to create for each particular case?
Yeah. So basically, I would go through your code, and for every single public facing function, so every function inside a class that is accessible by other classes, you're going to want to create unit tests. And for that code, you basically want your tests to cover every single branch through like the tree of the way the code can be called. So, you know, if you have any if or else statements, like think of that as like the tree branching, and you need to go down every single path. And so the larger your functions are, the harder they get to test. So that can get a little scary. But that's typically how you would want to think about it. Test coverage tools are pretty good for like helping you wrap your head around that, because like trying to look at a file and be like, oh God, which branch did I miss is very difficult. But that can really help you out.
Okay, thank you. That's a good answer. And then I would continue a little bit on that. Let's say, what is the biggest or the most important benefit that you discovered from writing unit tests?
So one of the weirdest things about unit tests is that you often don't see the benefits. The benefits are very invisible things like, oh, my code feels reliable, which it's not a feeling. Like, you know when code is unreliable, but do you know when it's reliable? And in the same way that like, you know when your company loses money because you made a big bug, and now, I mean, I work at a trading company, right? So like maybe we start trading at the wrong price. Like, you know, you'd notice that, but do you ever notice if you're not trading at the right price? So a lot of the benefits are very invisible, which is unfortunate, and it can make it a little bit hard to justify spending a lot of time on tests. So I think the biggest benefits I've noticed are that the teams I work with are very comfortable working with the code that I write, because both for the reasons I mentioned, which are the code is not breaking, and so they feel comfortable like messing around with it when they need to. And also they can use the unit tests as examples on how to integrate with my code. And so I think those are like the clearest examples, but really the biggest benefits are ones that hopefully you will never see because it is the lack of something happening.
All right. Actually, thank you. You pointed attention, and that's true. Lack of something that usually happens is already a good metric. This is, and there's a way how you can calculate it, guys. Usually, at least in your task tracking system, for example, in Jira or even in Git, you can measure the average amount of bugs or failed code reviews or failed integrations. Well, okay, integrations will not gonna be there, but at least failed code reviews and some regular bugs, and then you can compare the same metrics to the code that is covered by unit tests. In most cases, you would realize that this amount just is reduced, sometimes even quite dramatically. So the value is you can compare the time that you invest into unit tests creation versus the time that you and your colleagues, your teammates spend on your bugs that actually happened. And again, this value, whenever you see the better value on covering unit tests, then you understand why you do this. Okay. Would you be able to tell a quick story, like again in terms of web testing? So maybe a story of a case where something went really wrong because you didn't cover it by tests. So this is how you learned that you actually have to do that.
I'm trying to think what I'm allowed to talk about. Okay, so without naming which Google project this was, so we had a test, or we had a product that was launched for the mobile web, and we did not have enough tests on this project, and we didn't notice until a week later that it had not been running in Chrome at all. Like if you tried to load the page in Chrome, it totally failed. And it took us a very long time to discover that because we did not have any testing. And so after that, or we had some testing, but not in the right places. We had testing on like the easy to write test part, and like the more complicated code, we were like, eh. And so after that, we got a lot more, just a lot better about writing tests to make sure that that did not happen again.
All right, yeah, that's a really good story. So yeah, we know that in most cases we learn from failures, and I know that as well because in my previous history I also failed a project when I just didn't include enough performance testing. So now I always do that. So let's say let's spread a little bit bigger, a wider picture, and what what else kind of testing would you recommend, and again approaches to them or pros and cons?
So this is getting a little bit out of my field of expertise, so I don't want to like say anything too confidently. I definitely recommend integration tests. You know, sometimes like that's gonna, you need to make sure the code works together. Regression tests are important, but I think not as important as how much time people spend on them often. So as an example, if you are writing code that like reads CSVs, and the CSVs are always in the same format, you want a regression test for that to make sure that the format doesn't change. But you probably don't need a regression test for like every single code path or anything like that. End-to-end tests are popular. Front-end tests, I'm not a huge fan of. Like testing what the UI looks like and if the UI has changed. I have not seen any frameworks that have done that well, but hopefully they're getting better over time.
There's actually Casper doing quite powerful things on that. So
really,
I'm not completely sure, but I saw.
I've been out of front end for a few years, so I could just be behind on that.
Yeah, it's a quite new tool. I've got one more question, and then we can switch to the next speaker. So
okay.
This is Billy Allen Ladau. Hi Jessie, is it advised to use unit test for any field or applications we use our script on? Is it also applicable for applications used in legacy Python, knowing that there is no more updates?
So I would think of unit tests as things that you want to test your own code on. So if you're writing code that can change, you might want a unit test. If you're writing code that integrates with maybe other applications or other libraries, that is more of an integration test. You're seeing like, does my code integrate with their code? And so that's the kind of thing you would want to do, where you're kind of just making sure the API doesn't change in a way that you don't expect. And sometimes the changes are not even on their end. Sometimes they're on your end. You know, you pass a parameter down differently and now it's not working in the API. And so you still want to have some sort of test between those two sections, but less testing, and like you don't need to cover every single path in the same sort of way with integration testing, I would say. It's a good question.
Okay, yeah, it sounds great. Tell me, please, would it be able to join the Q&A session? We have one more speaker now, so it's like in 40 minutes.
Yeah, I will be here for that.
Right, that's perfect. Thank you so much for your time, and talk to you soon at the Q&A session.
Thank you so much. Thanks for everyone who showed up.
Okay, we are back here on Geekle's Python Universe Web Edition. This is 24 hours of non-stop presentation from really amazing people and experts. And just take a look what awesome presentations they have. Look how actually the world of online conferences has been changed, right? The speakers are getting more and more experienced. They get more interesting insights and even more approaches to the way they present the data and how do they speak. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about monitoring. We all know how important monitoring is, right? Whenever we have a system, we need to know its real states and so on. So there is a topic called monitoring with Python, a simple way to get information. And our next speaker is a developer that works with monitoring solutions, using creativity to deliver solutions from basic to complex problems. Python is a perfect language to achieve goals, fast being always simple. That's why he loves Python. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Marcelo Guterres. Hi, Marcelo, how are you doing?
Hi, guys. I'm very well. So I'm listening Jessie on the last presentation, and it's amazing content. So I'm always thinking, wow, what am I gonna say? My presentation is very simple. So is that why I like Python? Because Python is simple. So and that's why Python, it's how can I say, it's a growing language using in the company I currently working. So that's it.
Yeah, you're right, Marcelo. Actually, Python grew up like from a very simple web language into a language that right now most of the neural links and machine learning is actually on Python. So that's really amazing. Okay, meanwhile, you can start sharing your screen. So I will bring it slightly online. Before that, I will check that everything's fine. And meanwhile, would be great if you can just tell us a few words about where are you from, where are you right now, and how are you doing in general? Just a few words.
Okay. And so I live in Brazil, in Brasilia, Brazil. Brazil is a capital. I'm currently working at Microsoft. I work basically delivering. I work with monitoring solutions, specifically for on-premises and cloud solutions. And I work with a lot of customers in Brazil, obviously, but sometimes I work with some customers in the entire America. So I will share a little bit of this experience about my day, how I use Python to make the deliverables for the customers I work with. So
Okay.
that's it.
That's just perfect. All right. So I wish you a nice and effective presentation. I can see your screen is ready to go. I will ask you two things. First, immediately adjust a little bit the font size on the console. People are often asking for that.
Okay.
Second, I need to tell you that 5 minutes before the presentation end, I will step into the presentation. I'll say 5 minutes left, then I'll say 2 minutes left, and then 1 minute left. It will allow you to just adjust your time.
Okay. Well, how can I say? And let me see.
Is online now.
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay, you're good to go. Good luck.
Thank you. So, guys, I will be very practical. So, how I said, I work with monitoring solutions, specifically with System Center Operations Manager and Azure Monitoring. But at my entire day, I work with some little problems because how can I say, is many customers don't have the specific solution that could attend all their needs. So I will show some simple code, very simple code, to how it's possible with some, how can I say, with a kind of few lines, you can get this data and save in a database. So let's start. At this code, in this screen, I'm just importing some libs here. So how can I say? I first create some function here to write my code in my database. I will explain this code a little bit later. The most important lib I use here is this lib, PSU2. So I will change my screen here. So it's here. Okay, perfect. I'm not here to recreate any information. So I will use all this simple library here called PSU2. So this is self-explaining. Oh, my mouse is not working well. So let's here, perfect. And this summary, this lib will get all information that we need to get data from Linux or Windows, for example. In my scenario, I will work with get information from Windows, but my database is in a Linux server. So a simple way to show some cross-platform interactions here. Okay, so at my code, I will get some CPU information, memory, disks, and network. Simple way. Okay. Why I decide to show this simple example for you guys. It's because many customers don't have idea how this information could be collected and used before. Sorry, I used the wrong words. It's used after they collect that information. Many customers ask me, Marcelo, how can I get this data without any costs? And this is a simple way. It's not a commercial way. Okay, I will explain. The code I will show here. It's here on my GitHub. It's Mon Data Collector. And here I put some simple explanation. This is not a script. This script is not a monitor solution. It's just a simple way to get data. Okay, let's interact with our code here. Let's go back to my code here. So first, I implementing here a while. So this script will run indefinitely until I stop this execution here. Okay, of this information. So here I use I declare some variables that I will store the data collected and send to my function here to send to my API on my Linux server here. Okay. I simply declare the computer name using the OS library. Getting computer name, very simple. All these examples here are explaining in that library documentation. Okay. I get the date time, simple function here, and I declare this variable counter instance has none because the CPU and memory. I don't have this value here, so for my API, I don't accept any empty empty value on my API. So here I declare as a none because I will have some data here when I use for my disks data. Here, as instance, I will put the device name, and in my network device, I will put the name of that network here. So perfect. Let's go back here. In CPU, let's just make some tests before. So I will use the pass-to library. Get this CPU percent where I will declare here this per CPU equal false to not get the individual processor. So I will get the measure between all CPUs on that computer and send this simple data collected to my API writer, my function that are here. The simple, passing all this parameter here. I'll declare here a computer name, local date time. In my collection, in my collection here, and line 27, I don't have the counter name, so I put hard-codedly here this counter name. My CPU per failure. The counter instance here, in this case, will be registered on my database as none. I determine some interval of this test here as 2.5 seconds for each collection. Okay. And I just do the same approach for memory, the same approach, exactly the same. This APU writer line here, I just change the counter name. And for disk, it's pretty the same. So here, I need to put some for loop here, because it's very common we have more than one disk. So this I can get all information for all disks in that Windows computer. Okay, and so I get the data here, and for each disks in disk partitions, I collect this information. Okay, as disk usage percent, and again write this data, send the data for the API function above. Network is pretty the same. How can you say? How can you see? This is very simple code. We don't have any how can I say, as difficult explanations. It's the simple. I use this PS2 library, and with this simple library, I get all this information on the machine. And what I like use this library is because we can use in many different operating systems. So with simple code, you can get information from very different platforms and being productive. It's very, very, very simple. Okay, let's go back to the code. And from network, it's pretty similar. I ignoring here the loopback information for my network adapters, and I'm getting two counters, different counters here. It's byte sent and byte received for each network adapters for this. So let's talk a little bit more the API I wrote. Okay, I will change here. Let me try to open my other virtual machine here. Let's share. Let's try here to share. I will not be able to share with you guys. This is exactly here. Just a moment. Let me log in here. Try now. So here I'm in a Ubuntu machine here. So here I have a Django installation, and using my Postgre database. So here I create a table. With that I can save that values that we are collecting with that script. So computer name, counter value, counter instance, and date time. Okay, and it's very simple. At this moment, we don't have any information on my database. So we don't have any data here. Okay. Query returned 0 rows. Let's start the script. Okay. Let's go back here. I will simply run this script. And all this information will be inserted on our database. How you can see here, we start getting some data on our database. It's very, very simple. So let's show you here our API. With Django REST framework, we can see here all information collected. So all information collected, here's the date time here in Brazil now. And that's it. All information saved in our database. And using this simple Django REST framework, I didn't develop a specific API. It's just for API that I could save data in a database with post and get, and make a get to create some dashboards for the customer. So that's the idea, is being simple. A simple script that I can start on specific servers. I can get all information that the customer needs inside of that operating system and save that information with a simple API, or I have some different version of this script. Let's stop here this script. Here I have some example of this. It's another version of the same script that I can save this information direct on a SQL server, or direct. Here I'm not using any API. It's just executing an insert into my table directly on my Postgre server. So using this kind of approach, you can save all information you need on whatever you want. For example, you can send this information for example, for an Azure database or any other cloud you are using. Just you need an API that you can interact with. I use Python here, specifically collecting this information, executing on, let's change this, on a Windows server. And some peers here at Microsoft always ask me, why you are not using PowerShell for example. It's very simple to get this information and write this data on and send this data for an API using PowerShell. Yeah, exactly. But just because Python, it's a simple way to get this data. You don't need to create, how can I say, different modules or different structures of data, or how can I say, it's a complex logic to get that data, or manipulating data in specific arrays. With Python, I think that Python make my life easy on working with customers, different customer scenarios. So how can I say here? And this is a simple code that help many customers here in Brazil, specifically to get monitoring data from Windows, but specifically in Linux servers. And that is it. I will not using, how can I say, as the difficult words explaining how this code in Python works specifically. But my idea is sharing my experience. So with Python, you can manipulate data from different sources. For example, talking about Windows environment, it's very common customer trying to get data from event viewer or some a log file, or get different perf counters from an app application. And Python is always a simple way to get this data. I don't use other language to this involves solutions for customer problems. So that is it. I don't have much to say. I will share the code of my of this simple API and GitHub to you guys. So I will put some specific steps that you can implement on your lab, and I hope that you enjoy. This is a simple way that we use here on Brazilian customers.
All right, perfect. Obrigado. So, how do you feel now after the presentation? And tell me, please, is it your first online conference, or you had a few before?
Just internal at Microsoft, so I'm very nervous. So that's it. I feel, how can I say this, a little bit shy, because I don't use to explain much. The why. I don't know if you understand me. The why of the things works behind the scenes. But I really like to show the customers the direct way. So Python is very simple to me. So I think that simple things can achieve big results. So
achieve big results. That's great.
Yeah. It's we are. I implemented this week. Obviously, a very different code in customers, because here in Brazil, we are supporting many customers at the Black Friday next week. So Python it's large use it on all these customers when we implement monitoring solutions. So Python is very simple to integrate with specifically all Microsoft monitoring solutions. So I have no words.
Okay, I think I have a quite specific question for you in this term.
Okay.
And in this particular case, I will talk about integration. Let's imagine a
Perfect.
use case when we have a e-commerce platform running on Python,
Perfect.
and we have a ERP system based on Microsoft Navision, for example. And there's a one or a few endpoints, most likely multiple endpoints, API endpoints running between these two systems in order to check the information, check the stock availability, change the prices, and so on. Many things. So how would you, and this is quite popular combination in the world. So how would you define the monitoring there? How would you describe the monitoring? How would you even set up or configure the monitoring? And what recommendations you would give to juniors that would like to consider this for their next job?
So how can I say? My approach for this kind of scenario is get all data I could. So I will try always to keep customer informed for all possible scenarios. And in this, I will monitoring the operating system, all services, web connections, so some network devices like firewalls or load balancers. All this information you can get with a simple way using Python.
Okay.
Of SNMP protocol to get information with simple get on your network device, or interacting with some cloud APIs like Amazon Cloud or Microsoft Cloud or IBM Cloud.
Yeah, they usually have quite good and really nice monitoring features for the APIs. First of all, that's true, and that's good. But when we come to a on-premises solution or a solution that's not built, that is built on like internal, maybe even cloud, but internal one.
Okay.
In that case, API monitoring sometimes it becomes a real challenge. I know, for example, a few benefits of using, let's say, Swagger, but it's mostly for documenting rather than status update checking, and especially alerting. So, say my use case is to define a monitoring system that can be based on a few different metrics that that the system is green or red or amber. Which technology you would use for this particular case? Maybe it's the same Django REST framework or something else.
So how can I explain for you? So Microsoft has a specific monitoring solution for on-premises customers called the operating system center operations manager. So that
manager, okay.
Yeah, system center operations manager, and that solution has a data warehouse database. So using this solution, I can execute Python scripts on the remote server. So I use Python scripts to being executed by this 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 how can I say, this is operations manager client.
Mm-hmm.
This has a service installed on each server. So this Python scripts collect this data,
Mm-hmm.
and this service sends this data for this operations manager API. So this data is stored on the application database.
Right.
So getting data from there, we can develop some customer dashboards using custom dashboards or softwares like Grafana or Power BI, whatever the customer wants to use.
Okay, yeah, actually, I heard about Grafana and Power BI. I never used Power BI, but I used Grafana a little bit, so it looks quite good to me. Okay, we have actually a few more minutes before we are starting the Q&A session. So in that case, I would ask you to tell a story.
Okay.
Look, many juniors that are looking to this stream, they would like to understand the path. So there's a learning curve for any kind of
Perfect.
technology. And the monitoring itself also requires some specific skills, or maybe a tool, or maybe some learning materials or a path to go. So could you define just for a few minutes, tell the story of the path, how you went here, or what you would recommend to juniors?
Okay, perfect. So I'm working at Microsoft during the last 5 years. So I have a lot of stories to tell you, but the path I made is kind of understand a little bit of each technology I need to monitor. For example, I have to learn a little bit about Linux and Unix operating system, all versions of the Windows operating systems, obviously, and I had to understand the basic concepts, like different how this all this and server stuff communicate with each other. So about networking, about protocols, I understand a little bit about files, about Active Directory. So I recommend to start a simple understand how all these features interacting with each other inside of each company environment. So that's my first recommendation. It's a lot of content to read or understand, because I always say I don't know the word in English. It's I'm always telling to my customers that I'm a monitor guy, so all monitoring solutions always pointing where the problem is. So in this, not everyone like this. I implementing some monitoring solutions on a specific customer environment, and the developer of the ARP software of that specific company, I just get there. Oh, here you have a problem. You have a performance issue here in your code. So you need to find out what's happened here, or this specific lines of your code, for example. So we are not always welcome in all teams. But it's how can I say it? I just remember the word. Remembering the word in Portuguese. It's a bad thing because we always are pointing some errors, but it's a good thing for all companies because we need to understand what happened in all this IT environment. So the monitoring solutions is always a good thing. So yeah, and after you understand all this and the solutions that the customer are using in their environment, you start getting this information. So it's not complicated, but it's a kind of it's a work without and end.
Yeah, never-ending work. You're right.
Yeah, never-ending work. Yeah. So because the operating system is always being updated, and new solutions are implemented on the customer environment. How to get data? Sometimes firewall rules are changed, and the monitoring stopped. So it's complex. Monitoring it's complex based on the complexity of the customer environment. With more complex environment, more complex your monitoring solution needs to be.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation and the stories that you said that you brought. We are starting now the Q&A session. You have 1 or 2 minutes to take a glass of water, and then I'll bring you back online.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. So welcome back, guys, to Geekle's Python Universe Web Edition. This is a great event that lasts for 24 hours, and we have speakers from all around the globe talking about their technologies, their approaches, their own personal stories. Today we've heard a lot of different and really exciting stories and moments, and sometimes really great challenges. Now we are starting the Q&A session, and before that I would just like to remind you quickly a few things. So first of all, we realized that there is not enough time or possibility to watch the entire video stream for 24 hours. That's really hard. So that's why there is a video package for all the 24 hours on Junior Track. They are available on our website. You can purchase them for just $15. And you can get all the information that was here on Junior Track. Also, we are happy to announce the Case Study Summit for Java developers coming up on February 9th, 2021. It's going to be an outbreak event with speakers from world-class companies such as Google, Microsoft, IBM, eBay, Red Hat, Oracle, and many more. There's 24 hours to learn practical Java tips, to concentrate on architectural solutions and microservices, and to learn what challenges leading Java developers face and how to overcome them. Register now with early bird price and dive deep into Java with Geekle. That's great. Now, let's get back to our Q&A panel, and I'm going to introduce you our speakers in order of appearance. So this is Krzysztof Barszcz, Jessie Newman, and Marcelo Guterres. Hey guys. Hey folks, how are you doing? Are you still charged? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, Marcelo can hear me. Krzysztof, how about you?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, Krzysztof, can you say something, please? Jessie and Krzysztof look to have some connectivity issues. Okay, can you hear me, Jessie? Now?
It's mute.
Now I am good.
You're good now. Okay. How about you, Krzysztof? Still coming up. So anyway, we can go ahead with the initial questions. And first of all, even before the questions, I would like to thank you all for your amazing presentations, for the time and efforts and the attitude that you included into these presentations. And first of all, for the willing of sharing your experience. Okay, we definitely have got some signal from Krzysztof.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute Krzysztof by the moment because there is a little bit of sound feedback, but we will unmute you whenever you will start talking. There's always some technical things might happen around the globe, but we are doing our best to avoid them. So thank you for everything that you did and for everything that you are sharing. And we can go ahead with a few questions. So there's a question that I have right now from the YouTube channel. This question is addressed to Jessie, and then we will start involving the other speakers into the conversation. So this is the question from Billy Allen. Hi Jessie, is it advised to use unit tests for any field of application we use our script on? Is it also applicable for application used in legacy Python, knowing that there is no more updates?
Yeah, I think this came up in the talk as well, but I can answer this again. So in general, when working with legacy Python applications or really with any third-party API, instead of creating unit tests to check how your code works with that API, you really want to create integration tests. So what that's going to do is you're going to check that your code and their code works together. And so that way, even if their code doesn't update, your code may update in a way that's going to break the way that the two code bases are working together. And so that would be how I'd recommend writing tests to handle that kind of case.
All right, great. Thank you. Then in this case, we can move to more questions. So I would like to start a discussion where all of you can be involved into the same topic. So if we are talking about a solution that involves from on one side it involves SQL interactions, on the other side it involves first of all unit tests, but actually the web tests in general, and then we know about monitoring. So we can imagine building the whole system, right? A huge, quite big infrastructure. Could you describe a few use cases that are related to all of this? Like when you definitely, I could suppose that it could be any e-commerce site, right? When we have some data stored in the SQL database, one or a few of them. Then we have integration with, let's say, third-party solutions like ERP systems or something else, and we still need to build our code in a way that is tested before it goes to integrations, so it is well configured on all the parts. But we also need to monitor this solution in order to ensure that there are no issues on the go. And most likely we would monitor, in this case, the integration between them. We would monitor, first of all, the APIs. So how would you describe this to juniors so that they can understand how the whole solution could look like?
So one trivial start is that usually when you think about testing databases, you need to use integration tests when you try to use the whole flow, and then look if you, let's say, send a REST request, if it's processed by server, and then if it's saved to database, and if the database is consistent. But it could be done better using unit tests. As Python is very flexible, you could just imitate database using mocks, and then you could, for example, write unit tests for server functionality, and pretend the request came, and if the service class was able to pretend writing to this mock server, for example, or pretend that the data was returned from this fake database, and then process only the operations on the data on this returned data. So that's an example of a unit test, if I understand the question correctly.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Krzysztof on this. When you're integrating with a database like that, you really want to keep the tests for your code separate from the tests for the database and mock out all the calls to the database, do some assertions that it's calling what you expect, but then fake the response from the database.
Right, so in this case, you consider to use mock data first of all and to test everything on mock even before actually connecting to the real database. Is it right? Okay, then let's imagine that we already connected to the data. So we did all these things. Now we connected to the database and we started to run this data flow, even if it's still mock, but we already connected to the real database. So we need now to start monitoring this connection. Is it possible to configure the entire monitoring system and test it based on mock data? Marcelo?
Yeah, it's very possible. So in this scenario, I will start monitoring the SGDB. And from that, we can get many informations, the valuable informations. It's about the performance, it's about connections, it's about some possible errors registered by the log system of the SGDB. And after that, we can monitoring the specific application for the API, monitoring connections, authentication, all requests, and we can implement the perspective of the user from that application. So we can create some specific collection using Python or any other language to collect data and being able to see all the steps the user are doing inside of this specific application. So that's it.
All right, thank you. That's a good example. Let's spread this a little bit, or let's discuss this a little bit more. So again, we are now discussing the use cases for juniors that are just joining this technology. So a few things that are quite clear and essential for you could be not seen yet from this perspective. So let's imagine again the same infrastructure when we have a few integrations, and on one side we have we have a production running application, and we need to include a module into it, or let's say an improvement. We are preparing an improvement for the production application. For sure, we are doing that on some testing environment. So could you describe a little bit how would you develop in this case the solution, and how you will build it in a way that you can ensure that it's safe to be deployed to production without breaking it? Because it's much easier to develop a code and to include it into an application that is early phase, even before MVP, pre-production. You just include it and test it. If something fails, you get back. But for the live application, if you release it to production, you need to have a really good monitoring and ensure there was a good testing before and a good data consistency. So which techniques or approach would you recommend, and where to pay attention for?
So I think the good approach is loose coupling of modules, because assuming that we have good monitoring and good tests right now, we may assume that the current functionalities work quite well. But now, if we try to write another module and we start messing with the former modules and create a lot of unnecessary connections between them, then it's a big risk that we could destroy something that used to work. And by the loose coupling, we first of all we reduce the risk of damaging something working well, and the other thing, it's first easier to test, and then it's easier to remove or turn off the module if it would start causing troubles. And another approach, more related to strictly to testing, would be test-driven development. I mean, first we would write tests, which would be a good description what we want to achieve, what we want to ensure, and then we could start writing code. And before we start writing the code, we would have good documentation of our goals. And moreover, this documentation would be as flexible as our code because it would be part of our code.
Okay. Okay, then yeah, you pointed a really good thing. You highlighted a really good point because as much the better the initial documentation is and the code is documented, the better is the understanding in the end. Okay, can you evaluate a little bit more this idea? So we understood that we need to apply tests on the go, and we need to write the unit tests as well, and then the integration tests based on mock data or sometimes even real. Anyway, before putting this module, before like how would you test in addition, or what else would you use for this module to ensure that it's completely safe for the real infrastructure? And then maybe you could share a few words about error handling, proper error handling, or maybe capturing some unusual events in the system. If someone is ready to speak to me,
I can talk kind of about this. It's a little bit off topic. So I think for junior developers, it might be good to just have a good understanding of how people tend to launch production systems and how they like add updates to it. So oftentimes what you do is you have your code that's in production, and then as you make changes, you at some point do what's called a cut. And so you say, this is the last code change that we're going to include in our next deployment. And so after that cut, you take all the code from before then and you put it into what's often called a staging environment. So at that point, you may run really slow tests on it. You may launch it to a few users or maybe to people internal to the company. You'll probably have, if you have QA engineers, they'll go through and they'll do a lot of manual testing on the code. And potentially, depending on your setup, you may have monitoring on it. Like I know at Google, they launched this testing environment to the entire company. And so there's enough users that you really can do monitoring on it. So after that's been in your staging environment for like a little bit of time and you're feeling pretty good about it, and you've, any bugs that you find, you'll fix in the not yet staging environment, and then you'll cherry pick it over. And at that point, you now move this block to prod and you do another cut. So that's kind of like how this process works typically, to make sure that you don't, like, if you do introduce a bug and you don't catch it right away, that's not going straight to production.
Right, thank you. A really good catch that I've got from here is try to involve a bigger audience into testing. It could be expanded, even like the audience could be sometimes even automated if it is possible. Let's say we do some automated testing, and that's great. However, if you don't have that possibility, please don't hesitate to involve whoever you can without like disclosing the NDA. But this could be internal users in the company, or some tech company that could be allowed from time to time. There could be like, or even your solution, like, I don't know, you could test it you could ask someone from the repository to check it, or from the other team in the same company. Thanks. Then probably the next question would be to Marcelo. This is, what is better, StatsD or Prometheus for monitoring?
How can I say? I don't like to being making classification. This is better. This application is better, and then the application A is better than application B. No, I always think that each scenario demands different solutions or different technologies. So sometimes you can use each application you want. I don't remember the first application on the question. Is the second is Prometheus, but the first one,
I believe it's called Stats.
It's StatsD. Okay, I never used it before, StatsD, so I don't have any.
What do you think about Prometheus in that case? What, two pros and two contras, just like that.
I don't have any pros and any. How can I say? I don't have any thoughts about these solutions, because my day using in these applications is very different environment. So I use only a few times in my labs. So it for me is difficult to describe some possible problems.
Sure.
Pros or cons.
Let's try to move on then, and we'll bring a few more questions. Now we are moving to the advices section, right? We discussed a few use cases, which is great. And now we would like to move to the advices, because this is also a big part why junior developers are actually joining the conferences, right? They would like to ask for an advice. And we all know these things, like when you're just retrospectively looking back to something, you think, I wish someone would tell me this appropriate thing in that particular moment. So what I'm asking you now to do is to prepare a story where when you really needed an advice, so you would like to bring that advice or recommendation right now to someone else, or something that you would like to bring to yourself into the past. How does it sound to you? Okay, could you then, whoever wants to go first?
I can go.
Okay. Here.
Okay, so my advice is going to be around starting your first or maybe second programming job. So I know when I first started, I started at Google, and so I was so intimidated by everyone around me. And because of that, I was really scared to ask questions about anything. And because I didn't ask questions, I didn't really learn much for the first couple of months. So I was so scared of appearing like I didn't know anything that I ended up not learning anything. So that was not a great approach that I took. And so what I wish someone had talked to me was about the ways to go about asking questions where people aren't going to think you're stupid. So, I mean, in practice, people probably are not going to think you're stupid, but telling you that is probably not going to convince you. So what I will say instead is, when you need to ask questions, first of all, you can spread them around the team. So if you ask coworker A one question, you can ask coworker B another question, ask coworker C your third question. And as far as anyone knows, you're not asking all that many questions. And it's helping you build a reputation with all of your coworkers, like starting to just like build up knowing them, which is a good thing to do. The second thing I'll say is anytime you do want to ask a question, the first thing you want to do is try to figure it out on your own. And so that way, when you go to someone, you can say, hey, I'm trying to figure this out. I have tried Googling, but I'm having trouble finding similar error messages. I'm only finding things about this other error message. I've tried the internal wiki and I found this page, but it seems to fit a different use case. So I was wondering if you could help me with it. And then after they help you, be like, can you show me how you figured this out? And that's going to help you have to ask less questions in the future, because you're learning a really important skill of how to learn things and how to like find information that your coworkers have spent years figuring out how to figure out. So that's my like starting your first job advice.
Wow, that's impressive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You all know this. Like you definitely must ask questions. However, quite often we become shy, just for different reasons. Sometimes these are cultural reasons. Sometimes this is just something personal. Or you just really are a little bit shy of this particular people or this particular environment. However, just asking questions, like billions of questions at a time, is not a good thing as well. The solution in the middle, as Jessie says, is to prepare actually to start doing something. So before asking that question to someone else, ask it to the system. For example, try to Google a little bit, make at least one step, and bring those results to someone else, saying, I did that,
Yeah.
I investigated this, I researched it there, and this is what I found, but it doesn't satisfy me. Could you please help me more with this? So, thank you. That's really a brilliant advice.
Yeah, I 100% agree with Jessie. Yeah, that was amazing words. And I have just one simple advice that is spirit the same. Just said it's be curious, and yeah, curious. Yes, it's about. I think that my curiosity inside all companies I have worked before is the key for your growing. So if you are curious, be curious. Yeah, you can ask people for help, or sometimes to help you for some block in your thoughts. You are not seeing the entire picture of the application you are working with. So my advice is that be curious.
Right, that's definitely a brilliant advice, because curiosity actually brought humanity where we are right now. Without curiosity, we don't have all the knowledge at all. Krzysztof, what about you? Would you like to share a few advices?
Yeah. First of all, I fully agree with this asking. And only one thing that I would like to add to it is that it's not only people who are, let's say, seniors of principals who have knowledge, but also juniors have some areas they are good at. And my advice about this asking is that if you want to know something, try to ask also these younger members of the team, because they could be good at it, and they could have similar problems because they are in a similar situation to you, and maybe they had to face this problem. And another thing is that I would say it's a balance between taking risks and knowing your skill. Because if you try to jump into the water and you are completely unable to swim, you would have problems. But if you never try to swim, you will never learn. And I would say that balance is really important. Because sometimes you simply have to take risk, and it's easier to explain to your supervisor that I tried and I failed, or I made some mess and I need help, than simply sitting and saying that I didn't do because I was afraid or I didn't know how to do it. And I had a situation when people wanted my help to learn Git, And it's simple tool, but the beginning could be problematic. And I said that I won't be guiding them. I want them to risk, and I'm prepared that maybe I would have to make some clearing. And I said that I prefer this clearing instead of watching them. That I want these people to come to me and show they made the mess instead of asking me if it should be done that way or another.
Okay.
And by the way, it was a good method. They learned it really quickly.
Yeah, that's true. Learning from team members is really important things. A really important thing, and especially the knowledge sharing is really important. I would like to add a thing that in many companies there are some local sessions like knowledge exchange sessions when just people from the same technology, they just sit together in a room and they start sharing their own experience on some things that they are doing on a regular basis. And sometimes we would really see that okay, this particular case happened to everyone and there's 5 different solutions in the company and 4 of them are effective. How to choose the best? Well, we can evaluate it. Or someone just like, there could be also cases when everyone is failing on the same thing, and then someone invested a huge amount of time and then personal nerves in order to find a really brilliant solution, didn't describe that on Stack Overflow, so this solution could just disappear. Share this. This recommendation comes to both parties. If you have any knowledge, share this to the team. If you don't have a knowledge, ask the team. Most likely they will have it. Okay, that's brilliant recommendation. We have 10 more minutes. And in that case, I would like to ask you a few more recommendations and advices that you would like to share. But in this time, I would probably ask you about like what is your vision, or why would you recommend Python, or maybe which parts, let's say maybe frameworks or specific technologies would you recommend for new joiners to learn because they will become more popular in the future, or they will already become the most popular. So looking at the future of Python for at least like 2-3 years, what would you recommend to focus on?
So I would say
Okay.
that two main areas where Python is really strong are big data, because I had the possibility to work in big data on the big data in Python, and another one is machine learning. If you want to do something like this, I would say it's probably the strongest language. It has the most libraries, and it's still programmatically useful, because there are many things that R is good, but R, I would say it isn't as well developed as Python. So we recommend these two areas if you are interested in Python, because they are very perspective.
Fair enough. Dziękuję, Krzysztof.
Great.
Let's go forward.
I'll agree with that basically. So I work in high frequency trading, and that is a field that uses both big data and machine learning. And yeah, I think Python, I'd say like the framework I think is very useful in that field. If it's something you're interested in, is learning pandas, which is an alternative to R. Other than that, though, I'm kind of the opinion that you should match the language to what you're doing. So Python's great at some things. It's not great at everything, but it's definitely a very widely used language, and I think you will find success learning it. It's used in a variety of different industries. Well, companies, not really industries. It's used in computer science.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Marcelo?
Yeah, it's for me is pretty the same, but what I like to work with Python, and why I think that using Python to manipulate data is a easy way, for example, to get the job done, because it's very simple to work with arrays, for example. It's very simple to implement an array and manipulating that data, or a big amount of data, with simple lines of code. Comparing with some other languages, Python is very simple. So that's I recommend to learn Python and learning how to manipulate data. I think that's a big start.
Okay, thanks. That's good advice, because yeah, you're right. Big data, machine learning, manipulating data, becomes quite important. So and it becomes more and more popular. But also, Jessie's completely right that well, you always have to consider the goal first. So understand your goal, whatever you want to achieve, and then pick a technology to make this real. Cool. 5 more minutes, and last words or anything else. So it could be like whatever you want to share as the last thing, or whatever you didn't include or didn't finish in your presentation, or otherwise it could be like a quick maybe story or something like that, how you achieved your professional level at this moment. So when I was junior PM, we used to always ask these senior guys, how did they achieve this particular level where they are right now? Because I wanted to understand, is it possible to hack that a little bit and maybe achieve the same that they did, but a little bit faster? I want to go first.
Okay, I'll go again. So I guess, yeah, in terms of like how do you achieve this level? So the way that my career progressed is I did some internships in college. I interned at Google, but the way I got that internship, I was not going to apply because I was like, why even bother? What a waste of time. They're just going to say no. And it was my friends who really pressured me to do it. And that has been a pretty consistent thing. You know, it's been friends who have pressured me to like switch into a team that I would be happier in, friends who have pressured me to apply to speak at conferences. And I think just in general, you know, you should be pressuring your friends too into trying to achieve what it is that they're interested in, and pressuring yourself into it. You know, there were a lot of companies I applied to that I did not get into. But you know, sometimes it pays off. So don't let like being worried it's not gonna pan out be what stops you. Like, let other people reject you. Don't be rejecting yourself from opportunities.
Sounds pretty good to me, because yeah, support your friends and ask them to support you as well, because this is really important. Sometimes we could feel just not confident enough for some jobs, but this is just because we evaluate ourselves in our own way. Like, self-evaluation is probably one of the most complicated things. So don't trust to your own opinion. Try to validate it with someone else. Thank you, Jessie. That's a nice advice. Who wants to go next?
I would say two things. First thing is to do not close yourself only on one technology, and try at least the second one, just to have comparison, just to know strengths and weaknesses of your background. That's I think first point. And second, I would say it's trying to build a theoretical background, because many people simply omit it. And I know it sounds boring compared to, you know, coding in some really huge project, in doing something that you could observe effects right now, but it profits, and you could learn that there are many rules that are worthy to obey, And the second level is when you understand that there are some edge cases when you should break these rules. And this knowledge is needed to make this decision. And it's a thing that makes a difference.
Okay, thank you. Marcelo?
Yeah, I agree with Krzysztof and Jessie. And I have, again, I'm a man of few words. So it's about and take risks. Sometimes at the beginning of the career it's very important to to be exposed on some specific situations that probably you will not be at your comfort zone. So take risks. Sometimes you get some good results, sometimes not. So that's your self-evaluation. Not always you'll be your good friend, but my advice is take risks sometimes.
All right, thank you. And as a project manager, I would say take risks, but calculate them and communicate them to the other ones, please.
Yeah.
Cool. Look, I really enjoyed the whole conversation and your speeches specifically, and the whole conversation at all. First of all, because we really had this, um, exchange. It's not only just like each one of you is talking separately, but it's first of all an exchange, and I felt it like real connection to the audience. So thank you all. Um, we are finishing this block for now, and you can take a rest and enjoy your free time. Thank you all for joining this session and for sharing your knowledge. And I would be happy to see you on the next conferences.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Bye bye. Thank you for the
Bye.
opportunity.
Bye bye. All right, so welcome back to Geekle's Python Universe Web Edition. We are now finishing this section, and then in 9 minutes there's one more section. I finished my shift now. I was happy to support you. I was happy to moderate this conversation, and I really enjoyed this knowledge exchange, because this is probably the best thing that humanity could achieve. Just share our knowledge. So we are getting over right now. I would like to remind you that there is a possibility to purchase the video package on our website for just $15. And also there is one more event, just really amazing event related to Java. On February 9th, there's going to be a really exciting event involving a lot of speakers from different famous companies like Google, Microsoft, IBM, eBay, Red Hat, Oracle, and many more. And you'll learn a lot of practical cases and challenges and how to solve them. Thank you. This was Charlie Jensen and Geekle's Python Universe Web Edition. See you guys. Bye.
Hello, everyone, guys. My name is Julia, and I will be moderating this last block for today, which is super exciting for me. I welcome you from sunny Dubai. So, wish me and my AC some luck. I hope you're getting comfortable, and we're going to get started with our first amazing speaker for today. And get ready to take in all the knowledge and all the experience that he has to offer. It's going to be super exciting, and I'm really glad to be here with you. Make sure you send us your questions for today. We'll be trying to answer all of them, and I hope we can cover all of them. So, guys, give it up for Jaimin Khanderia. We welcome him from sunny India as well. Jaimin is a data scientist and a software engineer who's been working for the past 3+ years for the company called Infocosp Innovations. So I bet he has a lot to share, and let's get started. Hello, Jaimin.
Hello, Julia.
How
Thank
are
you
you
for the
doing today?
introduction. I'm doing
Great.
good. How are you?
Doing great. Thank you. Tell us a little bit. How are you feeling? Are you excited to be a part of our event?
Yes, I'm really excited.
We're really happy to have you. Take it
Uh,
off.
yes, it's my pleasure. Thank you. Welcome everyone to the talk Streamlit. Today, we will be covering the basic concepts of Streamlit, then look at some of the applications where Streamlit can be used, and later we will have a demo on how to build a fully functional app using Streamlit. Before we begin, let me give a brief introduction about myself. I graduated from DICT with a BTech honors degree in Information and Communication Technology. Since then, I have been working as a software engineer and data scientist at a company called Infocus Innovations Private Limited. During my journey at Infocus Innovations Private Limited, I have worked on various projects with different international clients in the domain of software engineering and machine learning. To tell you more about the company, Infocus is a ML consultancy providing solutions in various disciplines. Please feel free to contact me using the details provided in the slide. So let's get started. So today we will be covering the introduction to Streamlit, why it was needed, then followed by some of its main concepts, then the interactive and widget components that it provides to build the web app, and lastly, we will build a live demo of a Streamlit app. Now, as a developer, you all must have a question. Why was there a need of Streamlit? Well, we have an answer for that. The inventors of the Streamlit felt that there was no easy to use Python module to create web apps to present ML results or to present business or data insights. Now, to make it easier for you, let's take a look at some of the comparisons and the difficulties associated with it. The first and the foremost option is the Jupyter Notebook. Now, if you are an ML researcher or engineer or a data scientist, you all must have come across Jupyter Notebook and have used it extensively. But it is not a good way to deploy it in production. The second option is Dash by Plotly. Now, I would really recommend this option if you would like to build aesthetic looking web apps. But the only downside is that the developer needs to have a prerequisite knowledge of HTML and CSS. The last and the most preferred option that I have seen being deployed in production is the use of Flask framework. Now, there are many layers of abstraction in the Flask framework. So the developer needs to have a prerequisite knowledge of all that. And hence, it makes it complex to use for the developer. So considering all these difficulties associated with the available frameworks, Streamlit was invented so that the developers can use it easily to create web apps. Now let's take a look at some of the applications where Streamlit can be used. Now, in this video, we will be looking at a web app created using Streamlit, where we are going to analyze the Uber pickups data in the New York City. So as you can see that I'm scrolling down the app. So when I click on the checkbox, we'll have a tabular data where we have the date and time, the location by latitude and longitude, and the value of the pickups. Now using the slider, user can select any hour in the 24-hour range and see the heat map of the Uber pickups in the New York City. Now if we scroll down further, we can see there is a histogram of the Uber pickups per minute for the hour selected by the user. Now that we have seen that Streamlit can be used for data analysis, now let's take a look at other application where Streamlit can be used. We'll be covering the model inference or evaluation of the object detection model. So here we are going to see how the trained model YOLO v3 will predict the different objects from a video. So as you can see, I have selected a car. So basically I'm asking the trained model to detect car from the frames in the video. Here I'm choosing the frame number of the video for which I would like the model to detect cars in it. Now there are other sliders mentioned in the sidebar which are hyperparameters of the model, and the user can interact with and play with it to see the output of the model itself. So now that we have seen a few applications where Streamlit can be used, let's take a look at some of its basic concepts. The first point is that it embraces Python scripting, or pure Python app in their terms. So what it means is the developer just needs to write a single Python script, just like you would write a normal Python script for any other purpose. So the developer need not have any prerequisite knowledge of any other language, and if he or she knows Python, then he can basically and easily build a Streamlit app. The second point is the immediate and interactive live environment. Now, Streamlit provides various widgets and components through which the end user can interact with the web app, and hence it makes it more user-friendly. Now, regarding the immediate environment, whenever the developer saves a code by making some changes in the app, the immediate change would be reflected in the UI of the browser. The last point is that it re-executes the script in a top to bottom manner whenever something changes in the app. So what it means is that whenever a developer changes something in the code of the app, the Streamlit will execute the whole script in a top to down manner. Now, even if the end user is interacting with the web app, then also Streamlit will execute the script in a top to bottom manner. Now, there would be a natural question which would come to your mind. Wouldn't that slow down the rendering of the app? I would say that it is a valid question, but Streamlit has got it covered. It provides a functionality through which it renders the web app faster. Can you guess what it is? To give you a hint, it is a common term which every computer scientist must have heard during his or her knowledge in the computer science. Yes, the answer is caching. So Streamlit provides the functionality of caching so that we can skip the redundant data loading and fetching part or the heavy computation part involved in the web app. By using the functionality of caching, it renders the web app faster. Now, the Streamlit provides the functionality of caching in the most Pythonic way of using a decorator. So if you know what a decorator is, you just simply need to write at st.cache on top of the function that you would like to get it cached. And tada, you will be using the caching functionality of Streamlit. But before we use the functionality of caching, there are some prerequisite conditions that needs to be followed. Otherwise, we won't be able to utilize the functionality of caching. So let's take a look at those conditions. Now, the first condition is the input parameters passed to the function. Now, to check all these conditions, let's take an example of a code snippet. So here is a simple code snippet that I am trying to use the functionality of caching. So as you can see that I'm trying to call the function compute exponent in the last second line of the code snippet. Now I'm calling the function compute exponent with the parameters a and b. So those are the input parameters passed to the function. So basically we are trying to cache the function compute exponent, and a and b are the input parameters passed to that function. So if the value of those parameters doesn't change, then the Streamlit will use the cached version of that function in the subsequent run. The next condition is that value of external variable used in the function. Now, as you can see in the example code snippet, we are using a variable called exponent, which is an external variable not defined in the body of the function compute exponent. So now, if the value of that external variable changes, then the Streamlit won't be using a cache version of the function compute exponent in the subsequent run. The third condition is the body of the function. So what it means is the definition of the function compute exponent. So if the developer changes the body of the function compute exponent, then the Streamlit won't be able to use the functionality of caching in the subsequent run. The last condition is that body of any function used within the cached function. So as we can see in the example here, we are using the function called multiply, which is an external function defined in the body of the function compute exponent, which we are trying to cache. Now, if the body of function multiply changes, then the Streamlit won't be able to use the cache functionality. So now that we have looked at some of the basic components of Streamlit, let's move on. So let's talk about the various components and widgets that Streamlit provides. Let me first talk about a function st.write, which can be used for multiple purposes. Now, as a developer, you would like to flush out all forms of data to your web app. So you can use st.write and achieve it. You can basically use it for multi-purpose. If you would like to flush out any form of text data, tabular data, data frame, plots, images, graphs, you just need to call a single function st.write, and there you would have achieved the flushing of the data. Now, if you would have used Jupyter Notebook, you would know and have used Markdown. Now, the Streamlit also supports the Markdown. So you basically need to call the st.markdown function, and you will get the Markdown rendered in your web app. Now, for all the ML researcher and engineer who would like to display out the mathematical equations, well, don't be worried. The Streamlit has got it covered. You can write the LaTeX for the mathematical equations or any other LaTeX equations in the Streamlit by calling the function st.latex. Now, Streamlit provides many other widgets which makes the app more user-friendly and interactive for the end user. Let's take a look at some of them. The first one is the text input. So this widget is a simple text box where the user can type in anything. Let's say, for example, where we have a web app where end user is asked the question. Basically, the end user can type in his or her answer, and the web app will use that. The next one is the slider. Slider is basically a minimum to maximum range functionality. So a user can select any number within that range. So we just need to pass in a minimum number and maximum number, and the user would be able to select any number within that range. Checkbox. As we saw this in the earlier video, checkbox is like an on and off switch. So it is used whenever you would like to execute some part of the code using a condition in the web app. The last is the select box. Select box is essentially a drop-down option. The drop-down option can be of two types, a single value drop-down function or a multiple value drop-down function. So you can use these widgets and play around with this to make the app more user-friendly. The last component that we will be talking about is the sidebar utility. Now, as you would have seen in the previous video, there was a sidebar utility where there were all the widgets placed in it. So the sidebar utility is a left-hand panel side where the developer can put all the widgets which he or she would like to play around with the app. Now, why was there a need for the sidebar utility? So the Streamlit inventors felt that if we include the sidebar utility, we will be covering a less portion of the screen and basically giving a more portion of the screen to the main output or the main result of the app. And hence, it gives a more cleaner and focused look. So now that we have covered the main concepts and components that the Streamlit provides, let's get with the demo. To start with the demo, we first need to install Streamlit. You can install Streamlit by executing a single command, that is pip install Streamlit. The only requirement is that it requires Python 3.6 or higher. Now, if you want to check if everything's working fine, just run the command streamlit hello, and it will open a tab in your web browser, and you can play around with the predefined demos that they have built for you. All the resources for the talk can be found at this repository. Please feel free to check this out and let me know if you find any issues or have any comments on it. So let's get to the live coding and show the demo. Before we get to the demo, I have prepared two other Streamlit apps that I would like to show you. So let's get to that. So as you can see here, I have built an application which plots the closing price of various tickers. Herein, so what I'm doing is I'm fetching the data for various tickers from the New York Stock Exchange, and I'm basically plotting the closing price for that. Now, if you see here, I have a checkbox which says show the data frame. Now, when I click on that, we will get a tabular data wherein we have different forms of prices like open, high, low, close for a particular ticker at a particular date. Now, if we scroll down further, we see a select box or a drop down option where by default SPY is selected. SPY is an ETF ticker in the New York Stock Exchange. And here at the bottom, we see the graph of the closing price of the SPY. Now we can interact with the select box and add in more tickers. So basically, this is how a user can interact with the web app and make the app more useful. So this was a data analysis web app that I prepared for the talk. The another web app which I would like to show you is the iris flower type prediction app. In this app, we are trying to predict the flower type of the iris based on the input feature chosen by the user. So as you can see on the left hand side, we have a sidebar utility where we have 4 features, and we can select the value of those features using the sliders provided. And based on the value selected in the slider, the model will output which category does the flower belong to. So let me just play around with and show you how it operates. So as you can see here, we are plotting first the value selected by the user in the tabular form, and at the end we are showing what is the predicted class by the model. Now let's take a look at one more example. Now whenever I change, we can see the immediate output in the response. So today we'll be making a clone of this iris flower type prediction app. So let's get to coding. So I'm just writing the first boiler template that every Python script would require and nothing newer. So now basically, let's first write out what we would like to show in the app. So let's use the markdown functionality that we saw in the slides. So now whenever I'll click or save this file, I can go to the web app. So after saving this file, we can run the app by running the command streamlit run and path to the file. So now if I go to the web app, we will see the output here. Let's add a description to it. This app predicts the iris flower type based on the given user inputs. Now, whenever I save this, I'll be asked for the first time that would you like to always click on the always rerun option so that you would get the immediate response whenever you save the code. So as we can see, we got the immediate response here whenever I saved the file. Now let's get to the main part of the app. We need to load in the iris dataset. Now iris dataset is a famous ML dataset that every ML scientist or data scientist would have known. So let's first load that. Now to load the iris dataset, we will make the use of the sklearn module because it provides the inbuilt functionality to load the iris dataset. So let me import that first. Now we will be using the same dataset throughout our web app, and so the data won't change for the remainder of the app. So what we can do is we can recall that there is a functionality of caching that the Streamlit provides, and basically we can use that so that we won't be calling this function every time, and it will use the cached version of this function. So let's add the decorator st.cache on top of this function. So now that we have the dataset loaded, let's separate out the features and the targets of the dataset. Now, as we have seen earlier in the video of the model inference app of the object detection, we can directly use the train model. But herein, I don't have a train model with me right now. So what we will do is we will train a model for this dataset, and then we'll try to predict the output whenever the user selects some of the values. So let's first train the model. Herein, I'll be training a decision tree classifier. Now, the decision tree classifier in itself requires a separate talk. So we won't be going into the details of that. We'll be simply using that. Now, to use the decision tree classifier, let me import sklearn. So we have made an object of the decision tree classifier. Now we need to train the decision tree classifier by passing in the features and the targets that we have. So let's do that. By calling the function classifier.predict or classifier.tray fit, we'll be able to train the model. So let's do that. And now that we have the train classifier, let's return that classifier object so that we can use it to predict the flower type later on. Now here on, we will be training the classifier only a single time. So we can use the functionality of caching here as well. So let us do that. So now we have the model ready for the prediction. The only thing that we need to do now is build a sidebar and the sliders for the features that we have. So let's do that. So in this method, I'm just going to loop over all the features and basically try to assign a slider for each of the feature. So let me do that. Now there are 4 arguments that could be passed to the function slider. The first one is the name of the slider that you would like to have. The second argument is the minimum value for the slider. The third argument is the maximum value for the slider. And the last argument is the default value for the slider. Oh, I forgot to import NumPy. Let me do that. Here we are assigning the median of the feature that we have as the default value for that slide bar. So now we will have the value of the sidebar slider that is selected by the user in the variable called value. Now we will have many such values as we have many features. So let's combine them into a single vector so that we can use it later on for the prediction. So now this list feature will contain all the values selected by the user. Let's convert it into a NumPy array so that it will be easy for the classifier to predict it. And here we won't be able to use the functionality of caching as the user would be interacting with this slider. So there is no point of using the functionality of caching here. So now we have added the slider, but let's add the sidebar first. Now whenever I save this, so there seems to be an error. Let me just get to it. So now we can see the sidebar utility as well as the sliders for each of the features. Now let's output the feature values selected by the user. So here we see the tabular form of the feature values selected by the user. And now as you can see here, I have used the same function st.write to flush out the normal text data as well as to flush out the numpy array that we have. So as I mentioned earlier in the slides, we can use it for multiple purposes. So now we have the feature value selected by the user and we have the trained model. So let's predict the class of the flower. Now of the category which the flower belongs to and not the actual name of the category. So let us write the logic for getting the category of the flower that is being predicted. And now that we have the predicted class of the flower, let's flush that data out to the web app. And when I save this, let's take a look at the output. So as we can see here, it says it has predicted the class to be versicolor. So now let's just play around with the web app and we can see the output changing here. So we can see the values that are selected by the user in the sliders and then the model prediction for the flower type. So before we end this, let me just add one simple thing and then we'll be ending with the demo. So I have just added a bit of animation using emojis whenever the model predicts the output. So this is just to add a fun element part to the demo. So we are done with the demo. Yay, we have done it. We have built a live app using Streamlit. Feel free to refer to these references if you'd like to play around with Streamlit. Let me know if you have any questions or issues. Thank you. Mm, sorry, Julia, I cannot hear you. No, still I'm not able to hear you. No, it's still not working.
Hello, everyone. Looks like we're experiencing some technical issues. Just give us another moment. Being patient with us. So we've been experiencing some technical issues, but we're coming back to Jaimin for this moment just to follow up on and wrap up his speech. Thank you so much, Jaimin, for staying with us and for being patient. Our speakers appreciate it, and our team at Geekle here appreciates it as well.
No problem. Thank you.
We had one little question about if it's an open source. I believe it is, but can you please tell us a little bit more about it? What's the pros of having it open source?
Yes, so currently there is nothing access to premium or such that if you want to share the Streamlit apps that you would like to use, they are ruling out some subscriptions. But other than that, it is freely available for anyone to use. So you can say that it is open source right now.
Sounds great. Thank you so much again for your time. Guys, please feel free to send your questions for Jaimin, and we'll be able to answer them during our joint Q&A. Thank you so much again, Jaimin.
Thank you.
Right now, we're moving on to our next speaker. His name is Mario García. He's an open source contributor and a GitLab hero. So, guys, it's going to be really exciting. Keep up and get as much information as you can. Hello, Mario. How are you today?
Hi, Julia. Fine. Excited to be joining this amazing event.
We're very happy to see you. How's the weather there? We're all connected from very warm parts of the earth, so I hope our snowy places are not very jealous of us.
Well, I'm in Mexico, in the south of Mexico, so it's hot here.
That's amazing. I hope you have your AC running as I do. And are you ready to kickstart your speech and give our audience a huge thumbs up? Okay, guys, looks like Mario is getting ready. I hope you are comfortable and all prepared as well. We're starting with Mario. Take the stage. Thank you.
Well, I already shared my screen, but okay, yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here sharing with the Python community. I'm Mario Garcia. You can find me on Twitter as MarioGMD. Well, what I'm going to talk about is one way that you can replicate your Python dev environments, especially if you have to install all of the tools that you're using for building applications on another computer. And if that computer is using another operating system, one way to have your Python dev environment installed on different devices and different operating systems without having to install everything manually is to use virtual environments. But today I'm going to talk about Vagrant. Vagrant is a tool for building and managing virtual environments. It works on top of VirtualBox. If you are already familiar with virtualization, you probably know VirtualBox, Hyper-V, Docker of VMware, as those are the technologies that Vagrant use as providers for having the virtual environment configured. And if you want to install and configure the tools that you will be using for building applications, you have to use any of the provisioning tools that Vagrant has support for, like use like shell scripts, tools like Ansible, Chef, or Puppet. I'm not going to talk about all of these tools, but I want to share how you can configure your virtual environment with this tool, with Vagrant, and how you can install all of the tools that you will be using for your developing environment. So Vagrant has support for these providers, these technologies as providers, has support for VirtualBox, VMware, Hyper-V, Amazon Web Services, Docker. You can also use Docker as provider and as a provisioning tool. Well, talking about VirtualBox, is one of the most popular virtualization software. It supports Windows, Mac, Linux, Solaris as host, and it has support for ISO and box images for configuring the virtual machine. These are the systems that you can install VirtualBox on. You can use all of these Linux distributions as host for the virtual environment that you will be configuring. I'm talking about Linux as I have more experience using Linux, but you can install Vagrant and VirtualBox on Mac or Windows. And both technologies has enough documentation so you don't have any problem for installing both applications. First, we have to install VirtualBox, and then Vagrant for start configuring our developing environment. So these are some of the Linux distributions that you can install VirtualBox on. And apart from these distributions, you can also install Vagrant, well, VirtualBox on operating systems that has these versions of the Linux kernel. So depending on the operating system that you are using, you can go to the downloads page and download the installer for your operating systems. You can also find instructions for installing on Linux distributions. You can download VirtualBox from the repositories of some distributions like Arch-based. You can also add the official repositories to Debian-based distributions or RPM-based operating systems like Fedora, CentOS. Boxes are the official package format for Vagrant environments. There are some Linux distributions that provide with official boxes for configuring and using with Vagrant, but you can download boxes from vagrantapp.com. If you go to this URL, you type the operating system that you want to use, you will find the instructions for adding the box to the configuration of your environment. You can also go to vagrantbox.es. Well, talking about provisioning is the way that we install and configure additional tools on our development environment. The boxes are available with minimal configuration, but if you need a specific tools, depending on the project that you will be building, for example, talking about Python, some of the tools that I've used when building applications with this technology are PyM for managing the versions of Python that I will be using for every project, and I use Poetry for managing the dependencies of the project. So if I want to install these tools and configure them properly, I have to use any of the provisioning tools that Vagrant has support for. You can use Bash scripts, you can use Ansible, Chef, or Puppet. For example, if I want to install PyM and Poetry, these are the instructions that I have to write in the Bash script. First, I have to update the list of packages in the repositories of the distributions I will use. The example I will explain For example, I will explain I'm using Ubuntu, but you can use any other distributions. Fedora, CentOS, Debian, Ubuntu, and Arch are some of the Linux distributions that have official background boxes that you can use for configuring your environment. But here, this example is running on a Ubuntu box. I have to update the list of packages in the repositories, then install the dependencies of Python and Poetry, install Python using the command that is listed on the official documentation, configuring the bashrc file for the system to recognize the command, and after that, install Poetry. This is just an example. Depending on the tools that you require, you can modify this file and add the instructions for installation and configuration. Well, to install Vagrant, you should go to vagrantup.com/downloads and download the package for Mac, for Windows, for some Linux distributions like CentOS, depending on the operating system that you will be using as host. Some Linux distributions already have Vagrant in the repositories, like the Debian-based distributions, including Ubuntu, Fedora, Arch-based. I'm using Endeavor OS, that is an Arch-based distribution, and Vagrant is already available from the repositories of the operating system that I'm using. These are the instructions that you can run in the Linux terminal for installing Vagrant in some Linux distributions. For CentOS, there is not any package available for installing directly from the repositories, but you can download the installer, and using DNF, that is the package manager of CentOS and Fedora, you can install Vagrant. Some basic commands. These are some of the most used commands of Vagrant. Well, at least these are the ones that you will be using most of the time. Vagrant init, what this command does is to create a Vagrant file. Vagrant file is a file that contains the configuration for your environment. But something that we should take into account is that when you run Vagrant init, it will create a Vagrant file with basic configuration, but it also will add some comments that contains information about the settings that you can change for Vagrant. I will show you some of the settings that you can change. But if you don't want the comments to be available in your Vagrant file, you can create a minimal configuration by running Vagrant init with the option minimal. If you already configure your environment, you can start the virtual environment by running Vagrant up. And for every Vagrant environment configure, the way to access your virtual environment is through an SSH connection. And for that, you have to run Vagrant SSH. It won't ask you for user and password. That is the way that Vagrant works. If you use Docker, you have to specify in the background file the user and password for accessing your environment, but in general, you don't have to provide that information. Well, background help is the command that you have to run if you want to stop the virtual environment. And background destroy is for deleting the virtual machine that is created after running background init. And background opt, if you want to configure your environment again, I would recommend that you run background destroy first after configuring again your background box. And finally, background box, that is the command that you can use for managing the boxes that you will be using for configuring your environment. These are some of the most used commands. Background box add for adding the box to the configuration. Background box remove for removing it. And background box update if there is an update available. Every time you run background up, background will check if there is an update available for the box that you're using. But if you don't want that background check if there is an update available every time you run background up, you can disable this in the background file by modifying one option in the configuration file. Well, time to configure our first virtual environment. I'm using Debian for this example, but you can use the operating system that you are more familiar with or the one that you require for your configuration. First, I have to create a new directory and change to that directory. Initialize the configuration. I'm using the official image for Debian. This is the latest version available of Debian. And this is how the background file will look like. Just 3 lines to specify the box that you will be using for configuring your environment. After that, initialize your environment and then access using an SSH connection. And you will see something similar in the terminal of the or command line of the operating system that you're using as host. Here you have your environment installed and configured. But if you want to add additional tools like Pipe-N or Poetry for building Python applications, we are going to create a bash script. You can change the name to whatever you want. And now you have to modify background file for telling background that you are using a bash script for provisioning your environment. And this file must be created in the directory where the background file is available. And this option is set to false because if you when all of the instructions are run, when background starts configuring your environment by running this script, you can provide user or password for the root user. So it is necessary to disable that option. So if you don't disable this option, it will try to ask you for a password, but you can provide this information for the way that Vagrant is designed to work on. And well, another option for configuring your environment is by using Docker. Docker has enough documentation, so you won't have any problem installing and configuring Docker on your operating system. There is information available for Windows, for Linux, and Mac. And for Linux, there are specific instructions for some Linux distributions like Ubuntu. And after installing Docker on your operating system, you have to create the Docker group and add your user to this group. And if you want to configure your terminal, the terminal that you are using at the moment of installing Docker and running these commands, you have to run these instructions for updating the configuration of the system. And if you want to check if Docker is configured correctly, just run this command that will download a Docker image and will show you, will print a message in the terminal. You have to run these commands as we require that Vagrant execute all the commands for building your custom Docker image. We have to create a custom Docker image for that, or we can use a Docker image hosted on Docker Hub, or you can create your custom Docker image by creating a Docker file, and Vagrant will run these commands. So we have to add your user to Docker, so Vagrant can have permissions for running these commands without having to running with the root users, or having to append the sudo command before the instructions that you will run. So now it's time to modify the Vagrant file. At this time, we are using another technology as provider. We have to modify Vagrant file to specify what is the provider we are using. You can use a Docker image just by specifying the name of the image as it is published on Docker Hub. You can also use GitLab for creating your custom Docker image, or you can create a Docker file with the instructions for configuring your environment. And if you see this line, here I'm telling Vagrant that this is the Docker image that I will use. But if I will be using a Docker file, this is the option that I have to set in the configuration file to specify that Vagrant has to run Docker for building the custom Docker image that we are creating. A Docker file would look something similar to this example. This is based on an example available in the documentation of Docker, but what it's doing is installing an SSH server, installing sudo as we need to add the user that we are going to create to the sudo group, and the user that we are creating that is named Vagrant doesn't require to use a password for running commands with root permissions. Then we have to add Vagrant to the sudo group and change the configuration in the sudoers file. And change the permission of the personal directory to and assign this permission, the ownership to the Vagrant user. And then change the password, as this is the password that Vagrant will use for accessing the environment through the SSH connection. And then we change the configuration for the SSH server to work. And we have to open the port 22, that is the port that we generally use with SSH servers. For this second example, I'm using an official Docker image of Ubuntu, but you can use another one. And then we have to modify the configuration settings in the Vagrant file. We have to assign a name to the host name. We have to specify the user and the username and password. Tell Vagrant that we are going to build a custom Docker image from a Docker file, and that the Docker container we are creating must remain running. And we tell Vagrant that we already configured an SSH server. And after adding these settings to the Vagrant file, we have to tell Vagrant that we are using a bash script for provisioning our environment. And the bash script is the same that we see before. And now we initialize the virtual environment and we connect to the environment through the SSH connection. And this is what you will see in the terminal or the command line. And why are we doing all of this configuration? Vagrant and VirtualBox, you can install both in different operating systems. It has support for Ubuntu, for for Linux, for Mac, and if we want to configure a Python development environment in all of these different operating systems, it's more simple to configure a virtual environment, as we only have to install these tools, and you don't have to install any additional tool for making Python works properly on your operating system. If you go to the official documentation of Python, you will see that if you want to install on Mac or Windows, you have to download the installers. But if you're using Linux, you probably get Python already installed, or you can install it from the repositories. But if you want to use additional tools like pipeng and Poetry, the installation process will be different on every operating system, and we will expend so much time doing this. So that's why we use virtual environment for configuring our Python and the tools that we will be using for building applications in a friendly way. Well, if you have any questions, just let me know. But let me tell you that you can find me on Twitter, but also have a profile on that. I've been writing about this topic and other topics that you may find interesting. So go to my profile and see some of the blog posts that I already published. I'm planning to write more about Python, so stay tuned. And if you have any specific questions but don't want to ask now, you can send me an email also. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mary. We appreciate you being with us. And actually, we have a couple of questions from the audience right now that I believe we can cover before we start our joint Q&A. How about that?
Yeah, that would be great.
Great, thank you. So we have a question, and our attendees are asking if you could please elaborate on what is a multi-machine environment in Vagrant and how to define it.
Wow. We can have many virtual environments configured on one host system. I've been using Linux for over a decade, but I prefer Arch-based distributions. But as when I write blog posts, I like to test instructions and see what configuration I have to do for installing on other operating systems. And I have like 5 to 7 virtual environments configured, and depending on what you need, you can have access between all of them. You can share resources between them, like files, or have access to applications that you are building from every environment that you can configure on your operating system.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. And also a quick question. One of our attendees have noticed that Vagrant is written in Ruby language, but still it works on Python. So can you please explain to us, are they that similar, or what are the differences, and how come we can do both?
Okay, well, Vagrant is developed using Ruby, and that's why if you see the Vagrant file, and you will see a similar syntax to Ruby if you are already familiar with that language, but you can configure dev environments with different technologies. That's the idea behind Vagrant. It is developed with Ruby, but you can configure your environment for different technologies.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. Please stick around for our joint Q&A, which is going to start in just one moment. And I just wanted to remind you all, guys, that please send your questions in the chat because we're going to be doing a random winner, or actually two winners for two of our next events. One is for Java and one is for solutions architecture. So we're waiting for your questions, and our amazing speakers are ready to answer them as well. So right now we're going to start a joint Q&A between Mario and Jaimin, and we have some amazing questions for both of them. So stick around, and we're waiting for your questions as well. Welcome back, Jaimin.
Thank you.
We just had Mario on, and he had answered some of the questions from the attendees. I hope you're ready for yours.
Yes.
Amazing. So we have a question from an attendee which says, which installation issues have you experienced with Python 3.9 and Streamlit? Can you please tell us a bit more about it?
Okay, so I haven't installed Streamlit using Python 3.9, so I will try it and let you know. Please feel free to reach out to me using the contact details that I have mentioned, and we can talk further on that. So I'm using currently Python 3.8, so I'll try it, installing it on Python 3.9 and let you know if I face any issue.
100%. Thank you so much. Guys, as you heard, our speaker is very open to your questions, and he's going to be happy to help you out with those. We also have a question which reads like this. Streamlit crashes when using LevelDB. What can you recommend to avoid it?
Sorry, could you repeat it?
Sure. One of our attendees has mentioned that Streamlit crashes when using LevelDB. What can you recommend to avoid it?
Okay, so I haven't used the DB that he has mentioned, but I have seen that it works pretty well with the other DBs. So I think there must be a discussion forum as well where it would have been answered. I haven't used this particular form of DB that the attendee has mentioned.
Gotcha. Can you tell us a bit more about the one you prefer, or maybe it's more convenient to use so our audience can use it as well?
Yes, so I have tried using SQL Alchemy as well as MongoDB with Streamlit, and they both work fine. So it's the most preferred DBs that are used with Python. So I have used both of them, and they work fine.
Sounds good. Looks like we have something interesting coming up here, and this one is going to be for both of our amazing speakers. We have a riddle from one of our attendees, and it reads like this. In a Python script for clicking on Amazon ads, it uses 1,000 proxy IPs, but the proxy IPs are having issues connecting to the Amazon.com website. The page doesn't load, and the images don't appear on the screen. Can you tell from your experience and from your point of view what could be the issue and what could be the way to fix it? I can repeat the question as well if you would like me to.
So if I understand correctly, what the attendee would like to do is the Amazon website is not loading properly when he's trying to use the proxies.
Correct.
So I have tried to extract some of the prices data from Amazon using the proxies, and that has worked fine for me, but I'm not sure about the images. So if Mario has any experience with that, maybe he can add in.
Mario, we would like to know if you've ever experienced anything similar to that, or maybe you have a solution.
Well, I don't have experience using the API of Amazon, but but I have experience using other APIs, and I think the problem could be with the way that you are getting the data, the instruction that you are using for getting the information from Amazon, or probably there is a limit on the way that you can use this API. Probably there's more information about it in the official documentation that could tell more about this specific problem. I will start with that. If that's not the problem and there is not documented, that is something that most of the time happen. Well, probably you can ask on Twitter and you will find someone that probably had the same problem and that already has the solution for that.
100%. Thank you so much, guys, for your input. And I will ask all of our attendees if you want to help your fellow attendee as well to solve this issue. Looks like they're experiencing some problems with it. So we will be really appreciative of this. Looks like we have one more coming in for Jaimin, which is, can we integrate Streamlit with other programming languages?
I think it is purely Python based, so I'm not sure if we can integrate it with other languages.
Sure, gotcha. Mario, I'm not sure if you're familiar, but do you have anything to add to it?
Well, talking about Python and integration with other language, I've been using Rust. Well, I've been developing with Rust for some years, and something I've been documenting is how you can use both technologies for building applications. So you can integrate Python well with Rust, and I know that there will be possibility for integrated with other technologies. But something that happened to me is that there isn't enough documentation about it, and that's why there are some blog posts that I wrote available on Depth. If you take a note of my Depth profile, you can check there.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Mario. I wanted to ask you both, guys, how you started your careers, how you shifted to Python or started with it. Can you give some advice, some pros and cons for our audience? Because we have a junior audience, which is a huge batch of people who are just starting their path in it. So can you tell a bit more about your connection with the technology and what you can advise? Mario?
Okay. Well, I started with programming when I was in high school, and with Python, I heard about Python when I was attending an open source conference 11 years ago, and I started reading about it. So what I recommend, if attend events that cover topics related with Python, that the one we are attending today, that's something that could help you a lot, so you can have a better idea on how you can use Python and what areas is Python being used. Also, I recommend to check the official documentation. There are projects for localizing the documentation to other languages. I know that for many people, English is their second language. That's also my case. And check if there is documentation translated in your first language. What else can I recommend? Well, to improve your programming skill, you can start working on personal projects to solve some exercises. There are sites like exercism.io that you can check for finding Python exercises that you can solve. So you can so that way that you can improve your programming skills.
Sounds good. Thank you. How about you, Jaimin? Can you tell us a little bit more about your story with Python?
So yes, I actually started programming when I was in undergrad, and I came to know about Python in my last second year of undergrad. And then I have been trying out various exercises and other small projects, beginner projects, as Mario mentioned, to get familiar with Python. And I think that's the only way that one can get familiar with a particular programming language. So it is to do some exercises and build some beginner projects. So that's what I will recommend.
Sounds good, guys. And I also wanted to ask you, where do you see future for Python? What is it evolving into? Can you see some tendencies that you find particularly interesting in the technology? Mario?
I see that there are more people getting interested in artificial intelligence as one of the most popular libraries used for that is it is developed with Python. But I think that I see Python in the future being used more on embedded devices for creating projects more related with robotics or something like that. But I think that also we will see Python being used on areas that these days are not being used for. And the community is growing, so there are more events, there are more people getting interested in learning Python. More events will be happening in the future, and don't know. Probably we will see more. We will see more projects that will help us with our development process in a way that we can improve the use of resources or the time we spend writing code or implementing solutions for any specific problem.
100%. And I bet Geekle is going to be helpful with that as well. We're planning a lot of the events in the nearest future, and we're going to keep adding amazing speakers like yourself to help out the community and to level up their skills. How about you, Jaimin?
Yes, as Mario correctly pointed out that Python is mainly used right now for artificial intelligence purposes. So that's why the community is growing more. And I would say that Python is not going anywhere for the next 5 to 10 years. But at the same time, we also have to take a look at other languages like JavaScript and other frameworks. They are also developing, and the community is growing there as well. So it's a particular choice as to what you would like to build and which programming language would you prefer for building that. So it's a technical choice for the product or for the client.
For sure. I see you've made your technical choice for Python. Can you see yourself shifting to any other technology in the nearest future?
So I worked a bit with JavaScript as well. So maybe I can try that as well. So I would like to dive deeper into that as well.
100%. And once you do, we'll be happy to invite you to speak at our Java event. 100%. How about you, Mario?
Sure.
Do you see any any shift for yourself?
Well, now I'm more interested in topics related with DevOps, but and I think in the near future I will start writing more about DevOps and Python. I would like to see. Well, I would like to learn how Python can be used with other technologies. I mean, I've been using it with Rust, but I would like to learn how I can use Python with I don't know, Node or other programming language to see, to understand how I can what kind of applications I can build with those technologies.
For sure. That sounds great. Looks like we have one more question coming in from Hassan, and it reads like this. Both of you can be free to answer it. Can we add custom-based UI to Streamlit, like use UI features from CSS? I hope Jaimin has some answer to it.
Yes, so Streamlit allows you to add components that you would like to make on your own. So what people have done is made several components, like if they would like to have a particular template to display, let's say a table or any other thing in a particular CSS form, they can add their own component, push it to the Streamlit repo, and then if they find it useful, they will also make it available to everyone, and that's how everyone can use that component.
100%. Thank you so much, Jaimin, for that answer. And I believe we will have to wrap up our Q&A as of now. Is there something that you want to give away into the universe, some advice, your personal insight from working with the Python that you found the most useful during these years that you've used it? Mario?
Well, something I would like to see for future events is that people that are attending now for learning to share what they will start working on, or the experience that they acquire for building anything with Python. And I would like to invite them to start working on personal projects. And I hope to see some of you in the next event, sharing their experience. And well, that's what I want to add.
Thank you so much. How about you, Jaimin?
Yes, so as I mentioned earlier, just get familiar with Python by building projects, try to learn new things, and then the main purpose is to share the knowledge that you gain with other people, and that's the purpose of this event. So hopefully we will see many new speakers coming in the next event.
For sure. That's exactly what we're doing, and we really appreciate your contribution into this. What we want to do is let our audience, learn, develop, grow, and achieve some more. We'll definitely be happy to get all kinds of feedback from attendees, from our speakers, to work on the next event, which is going to be a lot of them in the future. And this is our joint work that we're doing, and we appreciate everyone who participates in it, because we're all doing it for the community, for the growth, and for the Python. Thank you so much, guys, for being with us, and we will be moving on to our break in a moment. Thank you, Mario. Thank you, Jaimin.
Thank you.
Guys, I'm back here. This was amazing. I believe we learned so much from this particular Q&A, a lot of practical knowledge. Don't forget to send your questions into our chat, because we're going to be answering them, and we're going to be addressing all the issues that your experiences. We'll try to tackle them. And also, we will be, as I said, getting some participants for the future event where you can get a free pass for our senior track, which is going to level up your skills a lot. Don't forget that I know that this event is taking part during the 24 hours. It can be hard, it can be exhausting, but we will all want to get as much knowledge in as possible. So you can get the recordings of all of our speeches just for $15, and all that knowledge, all that experience you can gather around for yourself and then use it. And we would like to hear feedback from you. How did you change your career path after that? How did you decide to shift to Python or to focus more on it? Or as Mario mentioned, focus on a more personal project that are going to let you grow rapidly. So we would love to hear that. Right now, we're going to be moving on to a little bit of a break, but stick around. We're going to have some amazing speakers to wrap up our whole conference, which is exciting. We'll have all the questions. They will be answering all of our questions. And guys, buckle up, stretch your backs right now, and get ready for this final push. And it's going to be super exciting, and I'm really happy to have you here. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our Python Universe web edition. I hope you had a good rest. We're approaching a finish line for this block, and we have some amazing speakers coming up. And before we start doing that, I wanted to remind you that we're going to have an amazing Java summit, which is going to be a case study summit in February 2021. And the most exciting part about it is that we're going to have amazing speakers there from the well-known companies like Google, IMB, Oracle. So you know that you're going to get as much experience, as much knowledge from it as you can. Early bird prices are available right now. And you know this next year is going to rock because that's how we started. And now moving on to our first amazing speaker in this block. She's a lead engineer at ScoutBee. They combine artificial intelligence and big data to create some amazing experience and some amazing source for the buying experience. We are here to welcome Anastasiia Tymoshchuk. Hello, Anastasiia. Welcome.
Hello.
How are you
nice
doing?
to be here. I'm great.
I
It's really
see you're,
sunny in Berlin. and
you're
really
joining
nice.
us from sunny Germany right now.
Yes, yes.
How is it going out there? How are you enjoying yourself?
Well, usually Berlin is cloudy and gray and rainy, but today's sunny as yesterday as well. Like all Geekle days, it's super sunny. I think
We
it's
fixed
related.
the weather. We
Yeah.
fixed the weather for you 100%. The weather is excited about our summit, and we're very excited to have you. Can you tell us a little bit more about your experiences and share with our audience how your path in Python has been and how you see yourself moving on?
Actually, I have this part in my talk. It's embedded
100%.
already. Yeah.
Even better than that. So take the stage, and we're excited to have you.
Yeah, let me share my screen. And please let me know if it works, because I'm going to start the presentation right now, and it should be visible now. Do you see it?
We can see it. You can start. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So today I'm going to talk about decorators, and the name of the talk is Gift or Poison. As I'm coming from Germany, I am living in Germany for quite some time. There is a trick. Gift in German is a poison. So you got the point. So we're trying to demystify the decorators. What do they do? How do they look like? And why are we supposed to use them or not use them? And keep tuned, because in the end of this talk, I will ask you the same question. Is it a gift or a poison? So let's begin. First of all, a few words about myself. I'm a lead developer at ScoutBee in Berlin. I'm originally from Ukraine, Kyiv, and moved to Germany around 4.5 years ago. Actually, it's a really nice experience in Germany, except the weather in Berlin. But right now it's sunny, so everything is fine. And I'm a person which is driven by the community. I love the community, especially Python. And I'm a former C++ developer. And at some point, our entire team of 10 people, like super experienced C++ developers, was transitioned to Python, which is a bit surprising. Our customer decided that we were working with the smart TVs back then, and they decided there is Python on the TV. Why not? Let's do that. And we just did it. Of course, it was not easy after C++. You know, the Python is a bit different, let's say like this. And I did really like it back then, because in Ukraine, it's kind of isolated. But here in Germany, there are so many meetups, so many events, and everyone is so helpful. So here I am here at the stage, and also giving back to the community as everyone else. And I'm also one of the organizers of PyBerlin meetup. You're all invited. It's going to be next week. I have 10 years of experience in software development, starting from game development and business development, and now around 7 years already in Python. And still super happy. So this is my favorite language. If you would be sitting in the real room, and I would see everyone. I hope there are people. I'm not sure if there are really people in there. I would ask a couple of questions to find out what is the background of the people I'm speaking with right now. So the first question would be, have you used decorators in your code? This is really important for me to know. The second question would be, have you written a decorator yourself? Not only used already existing ones, but also have written one yourself. And then the last but not least question would be, do you know how decorators work? This is the most important question because they could be dangerous. Do you know why they are? Let's find out. If you want to follow the code snippets, please follow this link on GitHub. This is my account. I prepared the code snippets for you. And there is a /gift of poison talk. You can see all the explanations in there. But I will try to make it as clear as possible today. I will not be able to show all of the snippets, but you can check them later. Let's start with the basics. Before preparing this talk, I was trying to search how do people understand them. And the key idea is that everything in Python is an object. I was searching for this phrase to find a beautiful quote, and I found one. It was a question on the Stack Overflow from somebody, and it was, I constantly see people state that everything in Python is an object, but I haven't seen the thing actually defined. Yeah, that's true. The thing is not defined. Well, it is, kind of, but nah, it's really hard to know what that thing is. So let's find out what that thing actually is and why, and what is the object in Python. Let's see a really simple example. We have a function which is printing hello and then some parameter. After that, we assign this function, the function itself, to another name, let's say like this. So we have a variable which is having the function as an assign. And we're calling the second function. What would happen in this case? So the most important part is this red one. We would see hello from the first function and hello from the second function. But what would happen if we will try to delete the first initial function, or the name of it? Nothing will be changed. The question here is why? How can it be true? Because we already deleted a function which was original function, and then it didn't disappear. How? Magic, right? It's a magic of Python, of course. And it's about having this function removed, but not actually the function itself. If we try to print the name of the function which we are calling last, then we would see that it would be say hello. So we kind of removed it, and then at the same time we didn't. Actually, this is the trick. It's happening because everything is an object. So here's the thing, that every function in Python is a first-class object. That means that you can assign every function to a variable. You can store it in data structure. You can pass as an argument to another functions, and you can return it as a value from another function as well. So this is the key to understand how decorators work. In here, we can see that there was a function which is called say hello, and we are not removing the function itself. We are removing the variable which is referenced to this code, but the code is still there. And as we assigned it to another function, like to another variable, we can call it, so it's still callable. That's the trick. And now, what is a decorator in Python? And why are we even here? The decorator is a callable that takes another function as an argument, a decorated function. And then it changes its behavior. That's why it's dangerous. So callable, just a reference, is something that we call. So it's not only the function, for example. So there are different types of decorators, and decorator itself, it's pretty old. We are living in Python 3 right now, right? So Python 2 is already ended its life. And we have function decorators, which were added in Python 2.4 quite some time ago. And then class decorators added in Python 2.6. And this topic is still here. So we are in 2020, and we're still talking about decorators. Actually, every year I'm checking the talks in different conferences, and there is a talk about decorators in every conference, which is surprisingly interesting. I guess it's kind of important to learn about them if they're so popular. So function decorators. Let's start with the basic function decorator. How does it look? There is a certain function which is called myfunc, and we're trying to wrap it with the myDecorator. MyDecorator has already an inner structure. It prints something on the screen and then returns the decorated function back. How does it look? We have the function itself. It's a pretty standard function. We want to add some functionality on the top of this function. Because of that, we have to decorate it. In order to decorate the function, we need to also get its arguments to call it. Of course, if you want to call the function, you don't have to call the function if you use it in the decorator. You just can skip calling the function and return some random result. That's why it's dangerous. But please bear with me a bit more. So this view is exactly the second one. It's exactly the same as the first one with the syntactic sugar. So the at is the syntactic sugar. You don't have to write that you assign the function to get the decorated function as well. And at the same time, for example, in the last white box, you can see that the result function has the same name as the decorated function. That means that we assign back to the same variable, but we can assign it to something else. So the syntactic sugar, the add sign, does exactly the same. So the second red box does exactly the same as the last white box. And it's just a matter of understanding. For you would be a bit more interesting to see how does it work. So what does it do? So it just takes a function as an argument and changes its behavior. But let's go further. We have also stacked function decorator. For example, we want to have the first decorator and the second decorator. We want to do some actions like one by one. We cannot do them at the same time because there is an order. As we already have seen in the previous example, that it's not just like a line and then a line and another line. It creates a new function. Basically, it takes one function as an argument, decorates it, and then decorates it again in this case. To make it more clear, what would be the first, what would be executed the first one, what would be executed the second, you can see in here. So then it would be the first decorator is decorating the second decorated function by the second decorator. So it's kind of tricky and weird, but give it a time. So let's take a look at some examples of class decorators. It looks like this. Pretty simple. There is a class which is doing some stuff, which is a decorator itself. So a decorator is not only a function, but could be a class. That's why at the beginning I defined that a decorator is a callable. It could be also a class as a decorator. It could also decorate the functions. It could be decorating the classes. So it doesn't mean that we just need to decorate only function with class or a function. We can decorate everything because everything is an object. So here's the thing. let's dive deeper into decoration. And I prepared a small demo for you. It might be a bit longer. So we have seen already the decorator itself. So these are examples from the code snippets I shared with you from the GitHub repo. And as you can see, this is just a simple function, which is supposed to be a decorator in the future. It has the inner part, which is this one, and this is like outer part. So this function is getting all the arguments and keyword arguments from the function itself, so from the decorated function. Then it's printing something on the screen, and then it's running this function, and then returns the result back. So if we, for example, remove this line or comment it, then this decorator would change the behavior of the function completely. So it would not even call the function. And that's why it's dangerous, because if you're using some third-party decorators with from non-trusted sources and you didn't check the code, what does it actually do? You don't even know. Maybe it's sending some spam to somebody, or maybe it's doing some malicious actions. In order to decorate the function, we want to use the syntactic sugar and also just assign it to a variable and then print the function name and the docstring. So we're going to print the function name and the docstring of the decorated function, which is a bit different. So let's run this code. You can see, let's start from the beginning. The beginning would be the decorator itself. We can see this before the decorated function, which is correct. This is first that was supposed to be printed. Then my function for the talk. Let's find where it is. So my function for the talk is the function itself. My function, you can see the text. So now we are running the function, which is pretty correct. Like first, the first message, second, the function is running, and then we're getting some result from this function, and then we're returning. So then the next message would be this, after decorated function. Yes, pretty good. And then let's see, how does it look? You know, when you decorated the function, you would expect the name of the result would be this, right? Like the same one, because it's not changing anything. It's like a function within the function assigned to another function. But what we got, that the function name is wrapped. And to make it even worse, there is a docstring, right? And to make it even worse, the docstring of this function, decorated function, is none. Do you know why that is? So what we saw is this function. There is no docstring in here, right? So it's none. How to fix it? Question. There is an answer. There is another decorator which is fixing the problem. So if you run this one, you would see that docstring is correct, and then the name is the one that we expected. Looks good inside of the decorator using another decorator. Well, that's life. You have to decorate everything. So let's go to the next one. Why do we need to use decorators? I mean, we don't have to use them. There are lots of the decorators. For example, Click, it's a famous decorator. And there are use cases. I didn't put them on the slide, so I put them in the text, in the code, because you see it's quite big. Let's imagine that we have a lot of functions and the class, for example, this class, which does something. Then we have this function without an argument, then we have a function with arguments, and we have a function with both arguments and keyword arguments, and we want to decorate them all. So why do we even want to decorate? Let's imagine that your boss is coming to you and asking, can you please check how long does it take to run all of those functions? Maybe there is an efficient way to run them, or maybe some function is slower, or maybe there is a problem in the class. Could you please do that, like, I don't know, ASAP? And you're like, I need to change behavior of all the functions. I need to add the time sleep, checking the time in there. You need to have the time of the beginning of the function, then you need to say the time of the result, and then you need to print how much did it actually take. And it could be done in one function. You just write a decorator which would do all the job for you, and then you just use this decorator for everything. So you can use for all of the functions inside of the class. You can use for all of the functions, no matter what they have, if they have parameters or not, and still you can call the same function and it will not be changed. So the only change in this case for the behavior of the function would be that there would be something printed on the screen. If you run it, then we will have to wait because there is a time sleep. We will get everything. So the function number 1 would be delay 1 second, function number 2, and then the parameters 2 seconds, function number 3, and so on. So we got what we wanted. Pretty simple, right? Let's go into the next example, timing class decorators. So we have this function, which is trying to decorate another functions as usual and show the elapsed time. We have the class with all the methods, and we want to decorate all the methods, all of the class. For example, we have functions A, B, C, and we want to decorate all of them with the time decorator. How do we do that? We, for example, can use the same decorator as before, like this one, which is printing the time. So it's calculating the time of every function. But at the same time, we need to decorate the class itself, because we're not going to put this decorator to all of the methods. What if you have, like, I don't know, 100 methods? Are you going to copy paste all of them? And then if you need to remove, are you going to remove all of them? No, that's a lot of work. And I'm too lazy, so there is a solution. You can create a decorator to decorate the class, which will get all of the functions and decorate them. And also call decorator. So let's use it. And then let's see what will happen if we are calling all of the functions. So here's what happened. Decorating, so we entered in here. Then starting a timer, we are here. Entering A, that's a function. Then exiting the function, and then printing the elapsed time. And then again, the next function, which is B. Looks pretty nice. A bit more magic. So let's imagine that you messed it up, for example, and you put the time sleep in here. What would happen in this case? Of course, there is an empty line. What would happen in this case? There is a sleep timer in here. Would this line, the sleep timer, affect this time? Because this is within the same decorator. Would it affect the result itself? Let's run and see. So the sleep timer should be 1 second. 1 second. And if we comment it out again, still a second. Pretty good result. What if we remove this line and then move it up here? What would happen in this case? Yeah, we start a bit earlier, so we would have 2 minutes, right? Not a problem. We know the outcome, right? Yes, 2 minutes. Oh, well, a bit more time because of the decoration and stuff. What if we call this function twice or even 3 times? What do you expect to see? The same 201 seconds, right? So we entered here, we recorded the time at the beginning, and then we were sleeping 1 second. After that, we were sleeping 1 more second, and then printing the result. And we're calling the same time, the same function with the same decorator 3 times. It's some time, we need to wait. Wow, that's a different result. That's a surprise. Well, not for me as I'm giving this talk. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and 4 seconds. Why is it happening? Because this one is not being executed whenever we are executing the function. It's being executed whenever we import the function. Not even on the runtime, on the import time. So because of that, this one, so in the runtime, that would be correct. That would be 201, 201, 201. But we imported this decorator at this place. So at this moment, the timer started, this timer. It started with 1 second. It did run the function, which was waiting for 1 second, this one. Then it slept again, plus 1 second, and did run this function again, plus 1 second. So every time we run this function, there would be plus 1 second in here. So that's expected outcome. There is a bit more magic in here with the late binding and the recursion, like what would happen if we use a recursive function and we use the decorator. Actually, nothing will happen, nothing really new. There is a way to mess up with the decorated function and the decorator itself. It is possible, of course. So I added this. Actually, this recursion decorated function was one of the questions from one of the conferences. And the question was, what would happen if I would decorate my function, which is recursive? Well, nothing serious, nothing new. I mean, we have a decorator, we have a decorated function. Then it happened that the function is recursive. So this is like a normal, usual function, my func, and this is a recursive one. The difference between those two is that this one is called multiple times. So every time when this function is called, every time there would be decorator is executed. Nothing new, if you know how it works. So this function is called calling decorator once. This function is being executed 10 times. So we can see 10 times in here. Nothing new. I hope you did enjoy this talk. So let's continue. After the demo, I prepared a talk which I really liked. It was from 2019 from EuroPython in Basel. Ruven Lerner, he explained decorators in a really, really good way, and I highly recommend to see this talk. And actually, there are more examples, not just time in decorator. He's focusing a lot on the decorators and how to use them. And of course, for the further reading, I recommend PEPs. Who doesn't love them? So the first one would be about decorators for functions from 2003. And then the next one would be from the class decorators. That's when they were introduced, 2007. Then general purpose decorators class, and also from this year. If I would not check those for preparing this talk, I would not even know that there is a different grammar. Of course, the previous grammar and previous naming convention is supported. So if you didn't know about new updates from this year, you would not even see the difference. But I recommend you to read all of those, and especially the last one. It's pretty interesting. So then the last but not least, the same question I asked in the beginning. What do you think right now? Is it a gift or a poison for you to use decorators? And was it really useful for you to learn something more about them? So I would really love to hear back from you. This is my website, the first link, and you can see more tutorials. And one more time, the link to the tutorials I showed today and more examples. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Anastasiia. We really enjoyed your talk. It was very exciting. But right now that I have you here, you're asking this question from our audience, but how about yourself? I believe you're leaning towards it being a gift, but what's your non-biased opinion? Is there a future for decorators? How do you see it developing? Because you mentioned that conferences keep covering this topic, and you're covering it yourself. So I bet there's some future for it.
Yeah, I hope. I don't really know. There has been development, and as you saw, there was development in this year as well. And this is pretty interesting. Every year, this is like recurring topic. And if you ask people around, for example, like in real life conferences, not everyone knows decorators, but everyone uses them. So I think that's really important to read about them. And this is also really advanced stuff at the end. At the beginning, it's pretty simple concept, but you have to really dive into it. There was some development, and probably there should be some development in the future.
100%. How about yourself personally in your work for Scout B? Are you using it a lot, and what's your take on it? Is it advancing your work, or is it just a supplement?
Well, yeah, everyone uses them, so you cannot really avoid them. But as I know them, I can make some tricks. For example, a few years ago, when I was super interested in decorators, I wrote some crazy decorator with some crazy stuff. I put that example into the last code snippet in my repo, and it's actually combining all the sort of bad practices, how not to write the code, but it's funny. And it was really hard to explain my colleagues how does it really work, because if you don't know decorators, you don't know the line binding, and many more things, you would not be able to write. So that one was generating the test automatically in this case, from the list of input arguments. And that was pretty fun.
Gotcha. So you're one of those people who know the rules to know how to break them.
Yeah, kind of.
A rebel developer. Gotcha. And can you please give us some sort of advice that on when people are using it, when they're deciding to use them, not just ignore them in the background and use them because they have to? How can they advance their game with the decorators? How can they make it easier or more exciting, or like yourself, do some decorators magic?
Actually, I would offer people a challenge to try them and to try different solutions. Before giving my first talk about decorators, it was I think 3 years ago, it was a pretty simple talk because I knew decorators. I started learning about them. I read a lot of books, but the question was about the recursion. what would happen if you decorate a recursive function? And I was like, interesting. I don't know. I cannot answer that question. So I came back home, I took my laptop, and I did run it. And that's why there was an example about that, because I was also curious, and I cannot learn everything myself. So there should be somebody asking the questions.
100%.
Yeah, maybe a colleague.
We'll learn through given the information as well. I hope you enjoyed giving this talk as well, as much as we did, you giving it.
Yeah, definitely.
You mentioned that everything you do is you are driven by the community. Do you feel like a specific aspect of it can bring the most benefit to the community, or what would you like to add in your future talks maybe?
I have a lot of friends asking me, why am I giving the talks for free, for example? Like, I'm not getting paid for organizing the meetup or helping people, or at the same time giving the talks. And it takes a lot of time to prepare. It's not like 1 hour of speaking. It also a lot of days of preparations and also a lot of days of brainstorming. And here comes the community. First of all, you have support. So whenever you go on the stage, they all support you. If you fail in talking, you're too nervous, they will wait. And this is so great to see, like, those faces who are there to learn. It's not like they want to see you on the stage or they want something else.
I bet they want to see you as well. It's not like you are from your stage.
Well, they didn't know me before, maybe. So before I started giving talks, they didn't know me. So they didn't want to see me. They wanted to see the talk. And actually, in Berlin, I don't know, somehow get used to help each other. And I really love the community in here and also the entire Python community, because everyone is open. And if you have an issue, you can ask. You don't have to search in Google for like days, because some issues are not searchable. That's why there is Stack Overflow, and it's, of course, easier to exchange experience in the conferences. So yeah, it's really nice experience.
100%. Working on this event, we've noticed that it's a really tight-knit global community that's ready to help each other out, and they're very excited. They're very hungry for the knowledge that you're providing, so we appreciate you big time. And also, I have this question that I've been asking speakers throughout this whole event, which is, where do you see future for Python in general? Because something led you to this technology and something keeps you in it. So how do you see it developing? How do you see it keep getting more excited for the community and community growing?
Well, I hope that Python will replace Java. Every Python developer doesn't really like Java. So that's my hope for the future. No, I'm just kidding. Every language is good in its way. I think I can see it growing. So Python is as well community-driven language, as it's free to use. And I can see that right now in Corona times, more and more people are jumping in open source projects, helping out with Python. So I think it's gonna be developing faster than the latest years, because like you sit at home, you have nothing to do, you cannot go out. So what do? You just write Python, of course, or like speak at the conferences.
What else would you do with your time? Right?
Of course, nothing, just Python.
Sounds good. I hope everyone in our audience is as excited about Python and its future as Anastasiia here, and we're going to be supporting each other and developing this technology that's landed us all here together. I see that we have one question coming in from Billy, and it reads, could decorators be a potential problem when unit testing your codes later on? This is a tricky one.
Well, I don't know. I don't know the answer to this question. I can get back to you next time. It's the 100%. Same with recursion. I need to run it first.
Okay, Billy, and everyone in our audience, let's give Anastasiia a moment and an opportunity to run it. I believe she's going to give us an update. Also, feel free to reach out to her for her expertise if you feel like there's something she can be covering as an expert, as a professional in this industry and in this technology. Thank you so much, Anastasiia, for being with us, and please make sure to stick around for our Q&A. It's very fun. We're combining all our knowledge together, and we'll be happy to see you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so
See you.
much. Okay, everyone, that was fun, and that was some magic indeed. And I hope we can make this magic last a little bit longer throughout our next speakers to our Q&A. I see some more questions coming in. We'll make sure to ask Anastasiia later on. Guys, please keep up. Let's see all of your questions. You see, all of our speakers are very excited to answer them in real time, share their expertise, share their knowledge, and be helpful for the community. And we are very thankful to Anastasiia. She did a great job. She helped us out on both senior and junior track, which is a huge dedication. So we love everyone in our community, especially the people who are ready to dedicate their time and to just provide for the growth of our whole community. And I hope you're ready, because what's coming up is very exciting. We have our next speaker, who is amazing. Buckle up for this one. Keep your pens and pen pads, because this is gonna be full of knowledge, full of experience. So our next speaker is coming to us from India. He is a Chief Technology Officer and co-founder at Twimbit, which is a technology-driven research company and member of Open Source Initiative. He's going to be joining us in just a quick moment. In the meantime, I want to remind you guys that all your questions are automatically making you a participant for our Rumble, where we're going to be giving away our free access to senior tracks on 2, not even 1, on 2 events coming up. One is a Java event, another one is a Solution Architect, which is going to be really exciting. So don't miss an opportunity to jump on it. And I see Aman Sharma, which is our next speaker, joining us in a quick moment. Let's give it up for Aman. Hello, Aman. Are you with us? Looks like Aman is taking a quick moment before he comes in. Hello,
Awesome.
Aman. How are you doing?
Hello, Julia. Thanks
How's
for the
the mood?
introduction. Mood is awesome. I have been waiting so long for this particular event, I think for past 4 months, and also I've been interacting with other fellows from Geekle and also being part of the program committee, and I'm really excited to share some great things that our viewers can see today. So let's get
That's
started.
amazing. We love the spirit. We love the energy. We're really happy to have you. I know the guys work really hard to have you accommodate your speech right now. Love your chair, by the way. Some gamer energy sifting through our whole conference. So we're very, very excited. I'm going to share your screen now, and we're going to start with Aman. Thank you, Aman.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone, from whatever part of the world you are seeing today. And this talk has been, I think, this is the third time I'm presenting the same talk. And the reason for this is that this is really interesting. The name of the talk is No More Tears, emoji sign, small crying emoji from Project Nightmares. And with some extra memes, because why not? Why not make it interesting with memes? So, are you the one who can't complete the projects at time and just struggles at the last moment? Are you the one whose incomplete projects are haunting him in night? Or are you the one who want their code to survive in the next sprint? And my friends, I have a magic pitara for you. Pitara is a Hindi word for a gift box that contains all things for a treasure. So, oops, sorry for that notification. So I'll be taking you through a couple of tricks, tools, tips to complete your Python projects at time for production level things and all that. And for non-technical viewers also, this is super helpful because I have got feedback that the approaches that I have talked about in this talk are really helpful in applying to other scenarios also. So buckle up, guys, and let's start with a little bit of introduction about me. Julia has already introduced that I'm a founder and chief technology officer at Wimbit, which is a Singapore-based research company where using technology we imbibe and bring out market research to help individuals and companies. Also, I'm a lead at Mobile Web Dev, which I founded as a open source mobile web community. And also, I'm a member at deeplearning.ai, Andrew's deep learning AI initiative. Yep. And open source initiative. And you can find me on these channels on Twitter, Medium, and LinkedIn. And this is my blog, amansharma.dev, where I'll put up the link of this talk also, and also the slides, so that it helps you just like take out the notes. So for this talk, just sit back and relax, and we'll take care of everything. So let's start with three main principles that we'll talk about in the whole talk. That is consistency, efficiency, and expectancy. Remember, consistency is the key. If these rules apply with you at all times in all stages of the projects, then you don't need to worry. If your key motive is to be as efficient as possible in your job, then you don't need to worry. And if you expect your things to work at all times, not just like when you want to showcase and then in the final round when a client is seeing it, it's not working, then that's our three main commitments that we are going to talk about in this talk. So let's talk about the agenda of the talk. So firstly, we'll cover what's going wrong, why actually I got inspired to talk about in this talk, no more tears from project nightmares. Then how you can start planning your project, like the basic planning stuff. I'll tell you tools and tricks. These tools have been inspired from various readings that I do from different books such as Hooked or Sprints or Project Management, different things. I'm not a MBA student or a Project 101 guy over here. I'm just a normal technology person who loves to create products, and this have been super helpful for me. And also I'll tell you about setting up the best environment, where I'll also try to include this chair, so coming up surprise for you. And also we'll see how you can optimize your project so that it survives the harsh punishment it goes through when it is running in the production, and then how you can start counting down to the final delivery date and deliver your projects at time. Then we'll do a small recap which summarizes the whole talk and help you summarize like what we actually talked about. So buckle up, guys, and make sure you ask questions wherever possible. Make it interactive. I'll be trying to answer as many as questions as possible. And if you find me wrong, that is really helpful for me to improve the future talks if I'm going to talk about this again. So please, your feedbacks are always welcome by me. So let's cover up the first point. That's what's going wrong. I mean, so to tell about the wrong thing, this is the kind of usual chart that I have created, which really helps us understand how a usual project story chart goes. But let's first of all make a benchmark line. This is how usually we expect our project to start, which is a little bit of anxiety, shame, fear, and with time, when you achieve more productivity, your anxiety goes away. This is a usual thing, and like everybody expects this, right? But actually not. Some things are right at you know the points at which you should start working on the project, and then seamlessly you have that procrastinating kind of monkey inside you who just says, okay, we'll do it at the last moment, it's okay, it's not that difficult. And with growing time, your anxiety, shame, fear, start growing up. And then you finally realize, okay, man, this is actually a time to start doing things, and this is the crisis stage. Things go wild. Your anxiety is switching between, we found the solution, oh, and we are so away from the solution. I know these feelings. And this is what we categorize at hell zone. This talk is basically for the above hell zone. Things work pretty fine after this hell zone, but it has already wasted a lot of time, patience of the team, and a lot of creative things that you want to do in the project, right? So this is the thing that we will try to bandage today, fix today, and heal whatever what you want to use. And this will really help you, kick in the mood and start doing your project in the best possible manner. So first of all, this is a very great quote that I found from DHH, the creator of Ruby on Rails, that you should focus on creating half product, not half as product. That means that don't think about putting all the features and half of the features don't work. Create half of the product, which is fine, but don't create half as products. So let's cover up the first problem that we are facing, that is poor planning. Poor planning is a thing that usually leads to another problem, that is fixing things as occur. As you can see in this train, this small guy is trying to fix the track as the train is moving, and this is a usual story if you don't do planning properly, and then you are always fixing bugs in Python interest instead of just creating the actual project that you were planning on. And this is applicable in not just in Python but any other project. Another problem is that people don't have thought clarity, which means that different people in the team might have different perception about what project actually means. From customers to engineers to programmers to what actually customer actually needed, things look pretty wild and different in everybody's mind. And this is the main problem, that why people say okay, we'll be able to do it, because in their perception things look pretty easy and they have already done it, but in actual it's really different, right? Another problem that people don't follow, like this poor guy who is about to do something nasty, is that they don't use tools and they say tools are used by fools. Some of them don't know about these tools and don't suggest these tools to other, and some of them just think, man, it's just bothering, I'll just go away and ignore all the tools thing. I'm a master of doing things on jugaad level. I don't know if you know about jugaad. And this ultimately leads to a lot of wastage of time and maybe losing some important things for this poor man. But we'll focus on that, how we can use tools, right? Another problem is premature optimization, man. Some of the people think a lot, like they have to create the next Netflix in just a night, like serving 10 million clients, serving 30 million, I don't know, requests per second and all that. Man, that's really overwhelming. They think about scalability also, like this is not just a small startup, but a Google level company which will gain traffic overnight. And again, they create a overwhelming scope for which they don't have adequate skills also and not adequate team. But another problem also is where people don't do any optimization at all. They have a common principle that if things work pretty well, why you need to touch it? And also, don't these things don't run constantly because you have made in just a staged fashion for your custom environment, and no rigorous testing is performed on this, and production can be unfavorable, right? You don't know what client PCs look like or what server is. You are just looking at it like it works on local host, and my localhost machine is a universal killer of all testing machines, so it should work fine in production, right? So these are all the problems. Let's start with the solution. And the first thing that we have to do is to plan the project in a very nice fashion. Now, planning in a project doesn't mean that you are going to be the NASA guy, which your mom thinks you are doing all the time when you say that you are planning a project, or what your dad thinks, like managing the whole team, and what your clients are thinking, like you have this magic bunny hat and they will say any change, you will bring it up like magic. What you actually think is this, and what you are actually doing is just playing with your team emotions and asking them to do things which they never wanted to do. And but guys, that's not planning. So the first step of planning in the right fashion is talking in diagrams. Now, diagrams is a picture, right? Why I'm saying talk in diagrams. Talking in diagrams is a new principle that I found from Sprint, that whenever people have different thoughts and different clarity about a project, it's only the diagram that can bind the whole thing together. So the benefits of diagrams, as you can see, are infinite. It brings clarity, of course. It confirms that everyone on this is on the same page. People are not thinking that we need a different architecture or different sets of components or different code to run. It also avoids possible rundown because you are trying to get into a simulation phase, and trying to avoid any shortcuts that might lead to disaster in the future. And also it helps in planning a little bit about the resources, what server you would need, how much team you would need, and how much days you would need. I use diagrams.net all the time. It's a free open source tool You don't need to pay ever. It's really simple, gets the job done kind of tool. So make sure you visit diagrams.net, start creating drag and drop arrows between squares and this rectangle boxes, and see the magic happen. But wait, I'll actually tell you how to create diagrams, guys. Don't worry. So firstly, let's scale on how much you should work on the diagrams. Your main goal over here is to just get everyone around. You are not trying to create the next Taj Mahal so that you need accurate architectural diagram. It should be a rough idea of how things should work across. Slight changes might happen on the way, but at least to get everyone around, you should start with that step. Also, it should be made with collaboration. You might be the master engineer of everything and you are the predicting wizard, but this really works well when everybody in the team collaborates and creates the diagram in collaboration. So if you have team of 5, assign different sets, and when you are creating diagrams, ask for suggestions, ask them to come on board and have the shared document. If you use Figma, you know how the sharing cursor thing works. You have played game on this, I know. But you can really use it to make collaborative diagrams which everybody has say on, and they understand why something is being done and why something is not. Also, it should be regularly talked about. Create a set of plan, like whenever you are going to have the next team meeting and update meeting, always bring this diagram up. Are we on the same track? Is there a slight change or a discourse from the whole plan that we actually created? So, and also details are not necessarily, don't add too much of JSON structures, how the API are going to work. It's just a diagram, guys, so just to get a rough idea about how things work. And then also try to run a dry simulation of these steps. Like imagine if you are the data who is traveling across the different modules that you have just created in a diagram. Imagine you are going through different phases. This something occurs to you like which sounds wrong, try to come back again to it and like discuss it with the team. Don't waste too much time in brainstorming, but be that marine team who like just does things automatically, right? No, you don't have that team, but it's okay. We'll talk about how to actually team up also. So let's talk about how you should start creating diagrams. First of all, explore example projects. Most of the people think that they are solving a unique problem. But guys, we have a population of 8 billion, and I don't have accurate percentages of how many of them are program engineers. I think every third person I see today is an engineer and doing ML data science in some manner. So possibly the problems you are going to run down in, they have also been in that same thing. So instead of leaving it to Stack Overflow for future like finding the solutions to these problems, do a research ahead. Try to find similar projects that you are working on right now. Possibly they also have similar problems that you are going to have, and this doesn't helps you a lot in creating a fix proof project, but at least tells you a scenario what's going to happen if you do this or what's not. Secondly, start with adding main elements of the projects. Like if you have something like a login portal, add a login page first, which is the center screen, and then start building things around this main element. The main element can be also database if it's more like a data science job that you are doing, or let's say if you're doing an ML project, then you're maybe machine learning model. It's up to you which you think is the main element of the whole project that you're focusing on in that sprint or the project. Then start specifying the inputs and outputs. I don't mean exactly the JSON structure of data that's going inside of a module and coming out, but at least a arrow which classifies what kind of information is going in and what API is providing that information. Then lay down the tools. If it requires some third-party APIs, some third-party tools or frameworks like TensorFlow for your project or Flask, mention them down. It helps other people see what skills they actually need to acquire. Then start adding connection. Create arrows from where data is flowing from point A to point B. And that's it. Yeah, that's all the points. So it's pretty easy, right? But actually when you will start working, then you will find you will create your own tools and wizards. Okay, this works efficiently, this works not. Next, let's talk about how you should team up. Now there are a couple of do's and don'ts that I want to cover up for teaming up. There is a huge talk that I can give on teaming up, but I'll just shorten up the team thing in just simple do's and don'ts. So do's: First of all, talk regularly. Don't create silos between the team. It's okay that you have assigned responsibility and then you think that they're responsible enough, but there should be a cross communication. I don't know if you have heard about pair programming, which is actually based on two people working on different things, talking regularly so that they can assess. If you're working in a team, it really helps if everybody talks about the updates, talk about the problem. The culture in your team should be more like they celebrate people asking about problems. They celebrate things when somebody asks a stupid dumb question. That should be the attitude of your team leader or the team. Then talk clearly, exactly from the point that I was just saying. Don't make a habit that, okay, if somebody is asking a stupid question, then he should feel bad. Actually, it's you who made him feel bad. Stupid questions are the reason that we come up with the problems that nobody anticipated. So talk clearly, be the first one to ask a stupid question, and drill down in detail, like let them ask freely. Connect efficiently. Whenever you are trying to do a meeting, create a agenda first and then ask everybody to say their points. It shouldn't be a uncontrolled meeting. Uncontrolled brainstorming, which is a very fashionable word for people finding solutions, but that actually doesn't works. So create an agenda, what you are going to talk about. If it's taking too much time, cut the call and come back again. So you'll find a couple of videos more about how to do efficient meetings, so please check it out. And also share responsibility. Every person should be assigned a single thing, and there shouldn't be multiple assignees of single thing, or uh, the other way around. So sharing responsibilities create a sense of attachment and volunteership in the project, and everybody feels involved when they are working on it. Doing a sub assignments or just letting them think, okay, just take whatever you want, is not the best way. Let's talk about little bit don'ts also. Don't hold long meetings. Of course, people now in these days, like, if you have a gaming chair, then it's fine, but people don't have that good chairs and that good environment, and it's really tough for them to hold long meetings. An average meeting should not be more than 20 to 25 minutes, and that should be enough if you are doing call on agenda basis. Also, don't add unnecessarily people. Elon Musk once said that he encourages people to leave the meeting if they think that they are not participating in the conversation. So either they will start participating in the conversation, which is really good, or otherwise we'll not just waste their time. You should encourage this practice in the team also, to ask everybody to contribute. That's a very good thing to do. Also, don't duplicate roles. As I said, don't make two people assign for the same landing page or the login form that you have to create. Give somebody a chance. Even if they do mistake, let them do mistakes and learn from their mistakes. And finally, the most important, if you're the team leader or member of the team, try to maintain a healthy energy throughout the project, not just like your college projects when you were really excited in the first hour and then everything goes okay, whatever. So this constant energy should be kept at a level. I hope you guys are enjoying this as I am. Yep. So next thing is predicting resources. One of the things that I talked about, that this diagrams help us predict resources, but resources helps us in predicting any possible delays that might occur. So when predicting resources in team in terms of time or server or how much people you will need, this is what kind of resources that we are talking about. So first of all is the time resources. Try to create a rough estimate of how much time the whole thing that you are trying to create will take, and stick to it. Even if it is that you have created half of the things, kill the sprint and just push the half of the things, but make a practice in the team to always push things at time. This really creates a reliability in the team, and everybody stays motivated, not just lacked up all the time. Also create a prediction of how much effort everybody would need to add to a particular task. Now time and effort is a little bit different. Time is actually the cumulative sum of the whole things that are going on, but effort is how much time individual developer needs to put on a task based in hours or maybe developer days, whatever unit you want to consider. And the division of two helps you predict how much resources you would need. So that's a very good way to see if you have over burdened team or underburdened. Then also have a small idea of what kind of servers, machine and hardware you are trying to work on. before even starting the project. Usually people do like, they just install whatever Amazon Linux or Ubuntu, whatever the latest LTS is available on the server, and then they go on Stack Overflow and see, oh, TensorFlow 2.0 is not compatible with Python 3.6 on this Ubuntu. Yeah, this will happen and your code will break. To avoid this thing, always keep these things in mind before even starting. Also create a small checklist of what kind of skills the team will need. As you have created a diagram, you have TensorFlow, you need Flask, so everybody knows what things are going in, and they can already start brushing up their skills or even learning them. It doesn't take more than, I think, 4 or 5 days these days to learn a small framework of how to apply that in a project. So give that much ample room to your team before even starting the project so that they can start working on it. Now let's talk about setting up sprints, deliverables, and milestones. Yeah. So usually these are the ways by which these are kind of the metrics to measure and tighten up the whole project things. Now, a couple of tools that I have always found helpful, and you already know about these: GitHub issues, which is a wonderful way to cover up problems and assign things quickly and just let the code shine. So make a practice of how to create efficient PRs for solving GitHub issues, which is a very good workflow if you are trying to finish things on time. Also, Kanban tools like uh, Trello or even GitHub projects. I personally use Monday.com, which also has a free version. I'm not endorsing it, but it has a very good workflow. If you would like, I can also connect with the people, and if you want to add this Monday.com to your organization, that would be a good addition too. And then Git Kraken timelines. It's not a huge one on the list, but if you are a company that really wants to excite the external people about what's coming next, then definitely check out Git Kraken timelines. It's a free tool to create timelines of the sprints or releases that you are going to do with your project. But let's talk about what not to do in the sprints. You already know what sprint is and what things you want to do, but I'll talk about what not to do, and everything else you guys better know it. So adding too much details in the sprint, usually people think that sprint needs big document, it needs to have all the information, nitty-gritties, lines of code, and this. No, it needs to have simple information about what goes where, which people have assigned been what, and how much effort it takes. That's it. Also, don't hold long sprints. Usually a sprint, according to me, is 7 days, which is an ideal thing to do. And if not, maximum 2 weeks, but not more than that. The problem with holding long sprint is that as soon as your projects get longer, the motivation level of the team drops a lot, and then then everything is just a rescue. And if you have small sprint, that means you will have small deliverables, which is, I think, the next point that I want to cover. If you are not holding large deliverables, then it's very easy to measure the success, and people don't get tired. Even if they get tired, they will have a delay of maximum 2 or 3 days. But holding small sprints and small deliverables helps people getting motivated. Okay, they are achieving something. It's like drip feeding something, and people get motivated with it. And also, don't do half features, as I said in the previous slide somewhere, that don't create half ass product. It's okay to create half products, so don't add half features, that some of these things will work in this sprint and then some of the things will work in the other sprint. Because of this, usually you are wasting the time in both of this sprint, because when you are moving to the other sprint, you have to revisit the nodes and have to do some kind of configuration again, so you're adding up time in the next sprint also. And you have already wasted time in the previous sprint to create that half feature which didn't work well. So just quantify the whole thing that you want to add or remove. That's the thing. And encourage everybody to just reject on the fly changes. You can create a priority list, do delegate and all this priority list, and whatever comes on top of the list, that you add in the sprint. And even if the feature is like super important, like don't accept it, because developer hate on the fly changes, and they don't just work well because you haven't spent enough time on research in incorporating that changes. And customer, when they will receive it, definitely they would be angry and scratching their head why this was actually added. So give it a time, because the sprint is only 1 week, so you have to just wait 1 week to add those changes. Wait for it, think about it, add it to the diagram, and then make it part of the sprint. And don't be that jack, the leader jack who gives false hopes to the customer that this thing can be done in just 1 hour, like a shakalaka boom boom pencil or that rabbit hat. Just be fair with everybody, right? Okay, we are learning so much, right? Already we have covered planning your project part and setting up sprints and all that thing that you have covered. Again, I also forget things pretty easily. I found one quote that says that people who don't have good memory are really smart. So cheer up, guys. It's okay if you're forgetting things. I'll share the deck and then you can make notes on the way. Next is team communication, which is part of setting up the best environment. And environment is the place which really reflects the quality in the project. Usually, why you see that Google invests so much in making their office fancy and having a good conversation, having good events, because they believe that when people are happy, that happiness also resonates in their code. And that's what you want to establish in the team. Even if you are a team of 2 or 3 people or a solo developer, your environment really matters a lot. So let's cover it up. The first thing that matters in environment is how your team communicates. So first thing first, you should definitely have a meeting calendar. If you are not having, if you have planned a sprint, you know when something is getting finished off, or even if you want to hold regular meetings on particular agendas, throw out a calendar invite for the whole things just before a week or 2 weeks whenever you are planning things. Don't leave it to the last moment, so that people can really plan in ahead. People have different chores or different accidents that might come, then they have to just say sorry, I'm not available in the meeting, and it's really crushing. Everybody should be part of the meeting, right? Because if one person goes, the project doesn't works that well. So it's a synchronicity. You should respect their time also, and then they will respect your calendar. Also, recently I found it really helps a lot if somebody is taking notes during the meeting, and nobody has to claim or just scratch their head, what was actually discussed in the meeting, I was half asleep. It's okay, people might be tired, they might not be attentive all the time. So if you have a team of 4 or 5 people, and everybody has a responsibility of having notes, at least one person will get something right, and then you can cumulate everything and assign different things. If somebody forgets, it's okay, bring them back, hand them the notes, and they're good to go, right? Also, communication channel. I'm sorry that chat thing come on the top of channel thing. Fixing a communication channel is very important. Usually, I think Geekle also uses Slack. Wonderful. You should also stick to a communication channel. Not a big thing to do, but don't spread your communication on different ways. Like half of the things are going in WhatsApp or emails or Slack. No, create it like, think about it like a book you are creating. It really helps people go back in time and revisits this communication that you are doing, and everything that you do, even if a small announcement of a birthday wish, I mean, that you can leave, but notes, meeting calendar, and everything, you can keep it in that communication channel, and people will really appreciate that they can go back in time, revisit the things, and they don't have to scratch their heads. And of course, if team communication is good, then people won't hate you like how they hate Kim because he didn't ask for launch at all. Now, next ritual is getting it up. It's part of the environment, right? Like Git is the most important thing, but people still, I don't know. I cry sometimes. They don't know how to use it right. If you are the one who knows it all, good guys. Like, but for some of you, it's okay. Nobody's pulling you out. Just go around with me. This is a really simple technique to make sure that everybody in your team just uses the Git in the right fashion. So first thing, Git pull before starting. What this means, every time you open the IDE, always pull the request so that you know what the other things other people were doing. If everybody does this at the time of starting their work, there would be no merge conflicts occurring at the last moment. Then commit after every significant changes, and of course on your own branch. If you are used to work in a monorepo, which is a new way of doing things, that's also fine, but still commit after a significant change. You can quantify what significant change means to you. Is it a file change? Is it something when you do like a 5 minute thing or a 10 minute thing, or maybe even a full complete feature that you want to release? It's up to you, but always break the commits into different parts so that it's really easy for somebody to rectify and see what was actually done in this thing, and of course mention what that commit actually did. We'll cover about it in the next coming slides. And then git push at every exit. You never know when your system is going to fail. I have seen that time. My system crashed, hard drive wiped, my whole 2 day things just went away, and it was just a stupid mistake that I have to just do a git push of all the commits I did for that day. So follow this ritual, and trust me, you will not have to become that evil girl who thinks that git push force is the solution to all problems, right? Then productive workspace. Oh, this looks familiar. That's actually my workspace. I've really found it helpful that where people work also impacts how they work. So pretty neat things. You should have a nice ambient place, not a dark shady place where you have to see through your mechanical keyboard or what key you are pressing if they are not backlit, and not even like getting bad fragrances, bad things that is just deflecting your mood or noises coming around. So it should be a nice ambient place. Don't start looking for office right away if that's not the case with you. Also, extended dual display. I won't say it's a must, but it's a very good add-on. It actually helps you debug things and code things at the same time. You already know about this thing, and you can get a cheap one for just like I'm more comfortable with Indian rupees. Let me change it to US dollars. Um, 550 USD, yeah, something like that. So you can buy a good one with that. It should just serve the purpose of making things visible on two screens, and then having focus on the ergonomics. Don't be that guy who have back aches all the time. And I'm not promoting Green Soul or any other brand over here. I'm just like telling you about the point. So ergonomics, have a good lumbar support, have a good neck support, do yoga regularly, do exercise regularly, have a good flow of your whole blood all the time, so that you work and not just break things in your body also with your code. And also don't keep it messy. This is kind of clean for me, and usually my desk is not that clean. So keep it clean. If your table is clean, then your code might be more cleaner. Then these are some app tools and IDs that we have talked about so far. You want to take a screenshot, good to go. Apps, Trello for creating and managing your projects, Slack for keeping check of the communication, diagrams.net for creating diagrams, then tools. Yeah, this is very important one. I couldn't find the actual logo for this. I don't know if you have heard about this new thing on Windows, which helps you run Linux inside Windows. It's not like a virtual machine. This is called as Linux subsystem. You should definitely search for this. I have added a link to resources in the end of the slides also. Flask, a very efficient way to create APIs. You can use other tools like Graphene also. Then a CLI tool, which can be also Putty or normal CLI extension. I use Termex, which is a very good tool. GitHub, Jupyter Notebook, GitHub Actions for CI/CD, and IDEs. You can use any one of them. PyCharm and VS Code, depends upon your mood. I won't go into that argument. By the way, I personally use PyCharm. Then optimizing your project. We have done a good planning. We have set up a good team. We have done amazing job on making sure our environment is right. Now it's the time to actually work on the actual project and optimize your project along the way you are working. So let's talk about the project organization first. This organization deals with the way you structure the whole code and like how you organizes the folder. Not again a holy grail for doing things, but I really found that this is a good way to do it. So the first thing is the folder way. Every module of the whole project should be categorized in a folder, and name the folder wisely, whatever you want to name it, so that whenever people are calling it, they know what they are doing. Even if it has one file, it's okay. Create a folder, add that. Even if you have to add some future changes, create an empty folder so that you have a proper structure, not your home directory have all the codes. And that won't harm you in a way, but usually it's really messy to see that code in that way and just debug it. Then don't add too much script in the main script. Your main script can be app.py or main.py or python.py, whatever you name with it, but don't add too much code. Always your first starting script of the Python should have not more than 15 lines, and then these 15 lines should call other lines and other codes organized in a well formed in the folder. Why I'm saying not to put main add too much code in the main script, because if you start right away from the main script, you will start observing your project is like getting self-organized. But if you don't do in the first step, that is in your main script, then things won't go gradually in that way. You have to do some kind of optimization and code defragmentation in that manner in a later part, copy paste and then create new files. So better than that, add less code in your main script and then just move on and add them to folders and files. Also enclose everything in function. Don't leak your Python script. It really hurts, like indentation and all that, whatnot. It really hurts a lot. If you don't have things in function, just do it. I don't know the more reason that just do it, please. Then naming files and functions in a proper way is very important. Don't name them on the favorite food or snack you were having that day, or your name of the cat or dog, but actually how that utilizes. It should, like, for example, if you are creating a form and there is a form function that does validation, name it form validation. Don't name it something else, so that whenever you are using a good smart ID, it suggests things like, it's actually there. And if you are a starting developer, this would be surprising to you, but all the professional developers already know the conventions and they have added a style to it. Try to create a style of how you name files and functions. And then, of course, try to format comments and logs in a very fashionable way. I'm not able to cover all these aspects of these, how to do these things in this talk. So definitely go check out a good blog, search out these things, and the top result will be the best one in this case. If you do this thing, then Mr. Python won't bite you, right? By the way, I found that Python snake named Zaina is our brand ambassador for Python talk. That's amazing. So let's hope that doesn't bites us with the indentation error if you follow all these things correctly, right? And last but not the least, in optimization process, requirements are really required. I found people just doing pip freeze. That's the most popular way of creating requirement, but that's the worst way to create requirements. Pip freeze, today let's clarify this. Pip freeze actually means that every dependency that your system has at that time is freezed in form of requirements.txt. And if you are in a virtual environment, then it means what dependencies have been installed in that virtual environment, which is the worst way to do it. I found this new toolkit known as piprex, which goes line by line in your code and scans for all the dependency and then creates a requirement.txt file. This is a very efficient way to do it. You don't lose any dependency or you don't add excess dependencies. Very efficient, very smooth. And install the piprex again, the requirements from the piprex again, and then see if things are working as normal. Then you won't waste time in fixing out dependency issue in the production. I've really lost, I think, a whole month in my lifetime just fixing dependencies issues, and then I came up with this solution, and it never was like that again. Of course, modern problem require modern solution. A lot of memes going on, right? But just bear with me, these are the last one.
100%,
Okay,
Aman.
so we are
We're
on
getting
the
comments that your meme game is sick. So please keep up the good work for all of us.
Oh, really? Thank you. Thanks a lot. So last but not the least, we have the final delivery date of how you should deliver things. And there are three ways to do it. One is the simplest way, which is FTP SSH. Works fine for small projects, small scale projects. Definitely you should do this if you don't have a big project or opportunity, and deploying is a simple job of one or two people. But if your project is large and is being kind of constantly done by a lot of people, then you should go for a CI/CD approach. CI/CD, for those of you who don't know, CI/CD stands for continuous integration and continuous deployment. And I know that's one of the talk from today's or the whole timeline is based on CI/CD. Go check it out. Everybody who works on CI/CD have at least the basic idea of how to set up something on GitHub Actions, so that your code is actually traveling from the GitHub repository, automatically deploying on the server. That's what actually CI/CD means. It's really simple. It sounds overwhelming, but once you adopt it in the whole pipeline, it works like magic. But if you're building something on scale where things like request and doing things in milliseconds is what matters, so then switch to containers and go check out what actually Docker or Kubernetes does. I'm not expert on that, by the way. And now the D-Day plan, that is the delivery day plan. This is a reverse track down of moving from this minus 10 days, which is which is actually to avoid embarrassment in front of your boss. Everything was working perfectly, but when boss checks the code, it just breaks. So just to avoid that, we'll have this D-Day plan. We'll traverse backward from minus 10 days and then orchestrate everything and assign everything about what's going on in the project. So first thing that you have to do is to create a checklist. Even if you have 100 of things left, or even if you have 2 things left, create a checklist of what needs to be done on day minus 10. If there are some things that you want to totally drop off that sprint for the sake of time, really good call. Do it right away on minus 10 days. Don't leave it to, okay, if we'll have time, we'll develop it. It doesn't work like that for production projects. So create a checklist of things, then run this checklist every 3 days and track if you have been able to check off that checklist or not. And this should be done once every 3 days. So you will have actually 3 cycles of this thing. Finally, at day minus 3, create a final checklist. And this is a fresh checklist, discuss with the team what's left. And this is the final time when you can decide what things you have to finally drop off. So just drop them off. Then work one thing at a time from the checklist, assign proper roles, even if people didn't work on that aspect. It works better if you have assigned the same person who is part of that small thing in your checklist, but it can be assigned to anyone. It's just a role based assigning so that somebody takes control of these things. And then finally hand over. If everything works fine, you tested everything formally, then it should work okay. Not like young me who used to do something without testing and thinking, yeah, it's okay, I love to live dangerously, but don't do it. So yeah, that's all. And let's do a small recap of what we did. Really, this recap would help you, memorize all these things. A smart way to do it. So the first principle, less, which means keep less deliverables but measurable. Keep less meetings, less talks, less diagrams. Everything should be less simple as much as possible. That should be your main goal. Next one is kiss. Okay, not that kiss. It's keep it simple, stupid. Comes from the less principle. If you have less things, keep it really simple for and easy to understand for the people. If it's becoming overwhelming, you have more days to go, but at least do this thing properly that you're working on that day. So case one, and then don't miss. Always take care of the time. It's okay to drop off features, come back again, dedicate more resources, but never miss a deadline. Always make sure everything is just to make sure that that day counts, the day you have decided that your project will be unveiled to the world and it will become the next Google. So that was me. That's at least all I could create. I mean, there was no sprint involved in this, of course. So definitely you can check me out and ask any questions over there also. And Julia, if you have any questions left, I think we didn't use a lot of time and we have still some time.
We used quite a lot of time, but we enjoyed all of it 100%. Thank you so much for providing your talk, which was absolutely #relatable, especially about the procrastination and stupid questions for me personally, which I'm big on 100%. So we have one quick question before we start our joint Q&A, and it's coming from Henry, and he's asking, because he's a little bit confused, he hasn't heard of Linux subsystems, and he wants to know if it's lightweight.
Sure. So I forgot the name, I'm sorry.
The name of the person who asked it is Henry.
Henry, excellent question. So Linux subsystem is for Windows users. So usually what people used to do previously, either if you are a Python project workers, your favorite operating system is Linux, of course, because things run so smoothly and as actual to the production server. But some of the people like me who have a lot of things running in design also, or teams and all these speciality which are still not on Linux, we prefer Windows. So I really found that switching between the two operating system was hard. So Windows has recently released Linux subsystem, which is installable. How I can say, it's like a virtual machine, but not actually running a virtual box. So it runs everything in CLI, works on the same directory. It's really lightweight, runs as a sub process of the whole Windows command. So you can just check out more about it, how to install, how it will help by just searching for Linux subsystem and installing Ubuntu inside that Linux subsystem. You can actually install any operating system on Windows and run CLI functions on that.
That sounds great. Thank you so much, Aman, for providing your honest opinion on this. We appreciate you spending months of your life, as you said, which you will never get back, so we can run it smoothly now. And this manual kind of talk to just run a successful project, we really appreciate it. Please stick around for our Q&A. I bet there's going to be a lot of exciting questions, and we're going to be really happy to hear your input on
Bring
this.
them on. Yeah.
They're coming. Thank you, and see you soon.
Thank you, Yusuf.
Okay, folks, that was exciting, and I've enjoyed a lot. Thanks for commenting on Aman's meme game. I appreciated it big time as well. So, but what's coming up is even more exciting. On the equal level exciting, we have our next speaker from Berlin, Germany as well, like Anastasiia, and he is a senior software engineer and a tech lead at a Infarm company that does an indoor farming. So that's the person who's going to save our planet because they are sustainable and they're working on saving us all. So let's show him all the excitement that we have, and let's dive in and soak in all the information that he has to provide. Please welcome Christian Barra. Hello, Christian. How are you?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you really well. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for joining our effort in saving our planet, because we're recycling and recycling, but we want to see the progress. Tell us more about it.
My pleasure to help you. Yeah. So, I mean, today I'm going to talk about something completely different, which is WebSocket and webhooks. But if you have any question related to what I do at Infarm, we can follow up later inside the Q&A.
100%. We'll be happy to do that. So you can start with your talk, and we're ready for you.
Yeah. Let's see if I'm going to share my screen.
We've heard from our previous speaker that the weather in Berlin is surprisingly good these days. Can you confirm that?
I will say that it's debatable, but
it's okay. We can have a debate during our Q&A as well. Maybe you're in different parts of the city, so Anastasiia is enjoying herself. You're just indoors to stay away.
Yeah. That's also another good question for the Q&A.
We've got your screen, and we're ready for you.
Cool. Okay, folks. Well, if you're in Europe, good morning. If you're anywhere else, good afternoon or good night. My name is Christian, and today I'm going to talk about WebSockets and webhooks. Before starting, just a little bit more about myself. Like Julia said, I'm based in Berlin. I'm a tech lead at Infarm, and what we do is vertical farming at scale. So we grow food, we grow plants inside vertical farms all around the world. I'm a Python Software Foundation Fellow, and I run a training and consulting company called PyBootcamp, where I run trainings about Python and DevOps. So what about today's agenda? So I want to talk about why do you need webhooks or WebSocket and how they can help you and what are the features that they can provide. Then I'm going to talk more specifically about webhooks and how you can implement them in Python. And I'm going to do the same for the WebSocket. And I'm going to share some snippets, some code examples that you can use both for webhooks and WebSocket. And then I'm going to close the talk with some goodbye tips. So why do you need WebSockets or webhooks in general? So the main reason behind is that you want to implement some sort of real-time functionalities on top of your application. Now, if you want to use webhooks, you probably want to be updated as soon as something happens. You can think about a webhook like a sort of callback. So something happens in another application, another web service, and you want to be updated as soon as this thing happens. For the WebSocket, the reason behind this is probably completely different. Like it's always related to real-time functionalities, but what you really want to have when you want to use a WebSocket is to have a low latency bidirectional channel. So you want to have a low latency channel and it has to be bidirectional. So you want to have the consumer and the server or your application that they are both able to send and receive messages. And if we think about some example, you can think about, okay, like I wanna get update, I wanna receive a callback when someone that I follow create a new tweet, or when someone create a new Slack message, or when a new pull request is created. Or you can think about all the GitHub integration that they work through webhooks. So every time that you deploy something or that you push something to your GitHub repository, you want to start the CI/CD and all these sort of things. Another good example for webhooks are the Stripe webhooks. So every time that a credit card is charged, you can receive a webhook from Stripe. And if you think about WebSockets, a good example are chats in general. So chats are a good example of bidirectional low latency communication channels. So if you think about Facebook, Telegram, and WhatsApp, they are all good candidates for a WebSocket implementation. Now, they're all using different technology. WebSockets is not the only one in which you can implement like a bidirectional channel, but WebSockets is probably one of the most common ones. So let's start talking about webhooks. So webhooks is not really a standard. It's more like a sort of practices, like a pattern that started a couple of years ago when the number of services and the number of applications around the internet started to increase. And so we don't have like a specification that we can rely on. We don't have like an RFC that we can use. But generally speaking, there are two kinds of webhooks. There are incoming webhooks and there are outgoing webhooks. And the main difference is that in case of incoming webhook, your service is notified, and in case of outgoing webhooks, your service notifies other application and other services. And if we think about webhooks in Python, probably the simplest implementation is an API endpoint. That's for the incoming webhook. If we think about outgoing webhook, in that case, you can think about an HTTP request. So using a Python client, a Python library to perform an HTTP request. And I would like to start from the outgoing webhook. So how can we make a webhook to call other applications? And this is a good starting point. So this is an example in Python of an outgoing webhook. So basically, we're calling a webhook endpoint. So we're calling an API endpoint that can receive this request. And if you're not familiar with the async IO syntax, don't worry. Like this function can, it's pretty similar to a synchronous function. What we do is we create a signature. I'm going to talk about this in a second. Then we have the headers, and then we perform the synchronous call to the HTTP endpoint. So we do a post request. We read the body. We see whether there was an error during the serialization of the body, and then we log something, and we check the status code of the response. And there are a couple of really important things here. And the first thing is the signature. So a pretty common security standard for webhooks is to sign your webhooks. So if you read on line 3, there is a secret, and this secret is something that you share between you and the receiver. So when you set up like a webhook, something that you do, usually you create a secret. It can be a token. And both like the application that is going to make the webhook, like the outgoing webhook, and the application that is going to receive the webhook, so the incoming webhook, they both know the secret. And the secret is important because if you check line 3, if you check, we're going to see like the implementation make signature later. But what we do basically, we encrypt the body of the payload. So the body that we are passing to the HTTP request is something that we are encrypting using the secret. And then we put the signature, which is the encrypted body, inside the header. And the goal of this is that the receiver of the webhook, because knows the secret, can check that the body and the signature inside the header, they match. And in this way, it can rely, it can safely say that, okay, I can trust who sent this webhook. So it's a way, it's a secure way to check the origin of webhooks. And on line 16, that's where we check the status code. And we raise an exception if the status code is above 300. And that's really important to communicate that like the outgoing webhook is failing, because probably you're doing outgoing webhooks by using a task manager. You can think about Celery, you can think about Dramatic. I'm gonna share other libraries that you can use, but the idea is that you need to communicate, okay, this webhook fails, please retry later, or like you need to communicate properly that your webhook failed. That's pretty much the idea. And a few things more. Inside the headers, we pass the webhook ID. So you can think about the webhook ID like a unique identifier for each webhook. So usually you can use UUID4 or any other thing that you think it would make sense for the receiver. There is a signature. Again, it's the encrypted body. We pass also timestamp, which is important because we want to give the opportunity to the receiver to check the age of the webhook. And there is another thing that we are not doing, but you should do when you create a webhook, when you create the outgoing webhook, is to double check the URL that you're passing, especially if you're receiving, like if you're creating webhooks, like outgoing webhooks set up by the user. So you can't really trust the URL. You should be careful because they can put URL towards your internal services. So usually try to isolate the machines or the containers or whatever you're using that are running webhooks. So ideally they should be in their own VPC, and they should be outside of like the zone of your main services. Like you don't want to have your webhook calling your webhook machine calling like internal services or databases because someone tried to hack your system. And now we can talk about incoming webhook. And this is a good starting point. This again, it's an endpoint written using Starlet, which is the Sync.io based web framework in Python. And what we do here, we have a function, it's called incoming webhook. We receive a request, we read the request, we process the data, and then we return a different response. And although this is a really good starting point, there are a few things that we can do to improve this this endpoint. Like there are a few things that we need to consider. First of all, usually the endpoints for incoming webhooks, they're open, like they're public, because they're receiving like HTTP calls from other services. So in this case, like we need to somehow increase the security. We need to verify somehow the origin of the request, whether it's coming from a trusted partner or not. And in this case, we are trusting the payload without really checking whether it's valid or not. So there is a good chance that maybe the body is not JSON valid, so we're going to raise an error. So we want to put some safety in place to like increase the resilience of our webhook, incoming webhook receiver. And this is the same function, but a little bit augmented. So we have different checks in place. I'm going to go through them. So again, we have this incoming webhook function. Now we don't read the body as a JSON, but we just read the body. So we get some text back. And then we perform a couple of controls. So first of all, we want to verify the IP address. So this is not always possible, but like the biggest service provider, if you think about Stripe, if you think about GitHub, usually what they provide is a pool of IP addresses that they're going to perform the request. So when you set up a webhook, they're going to tell you, okay, like these are the IP addresses that we use to perform webhooks. So these are the IP addresses that you can use to check whether it's coming from our servers or not. And that's a good check to do. The other thing that we do is that we verify the signature. Once again, the signature is the body of the webhook encrypted, and you can check the origin because like the client who is making the webhook and you that were receiving the webhook, you both know the secret. So you have a way to verify that this webhook is coming from a trusted party. So on line 4, we verify the IP address. On line 8, we verify the signature in case something is not like expected. We raise a value error, and we return like a status code 403 in case the verify IP or the verify signature fail. And on line 16, and then in line 70, we process the data. So again, it's pretty much the same approach. We process the data. We perform any other operation on the webhook, and then depending on the results of the processed data, we either return K or OK response. And yeah, this is a really good starting point, like compared to the previous implementation. It's more solid, and also on the security side, it's a better approach. And now we can check about the implementation of the single function. So verify IP is pretty easy. Like we just check whether the IP is inside the list or inside the tuple in this case. And make signature is it's also one line of code. We're using a Python, like a library coming from the Python standard library. So there is nothing that you need to install. Here again, we are creating, like we're passing the body, we're passing the secret, and then we are creating a digest for the encrypted version of the payload. And for verifying the signature, we do pretty much the opposite thing. So we create the signature again, and then we compare it to the header that we receive from the outgoing webhook. So that's pretty much the approach. And I have a couple of notes, a couple of tips related to webhooks. First of all, always use HTTPS. Stop using or don't use HTTP. It's dangerous because like you're sharing, if you're using HTTP, so it's not encrypted, you're sharing secrets over the wire, so they can be, or like people can read your secrets. So it's pretty dangerous approach. The other thing is, because endpoints are usually open to the wild internet, favor a random endpoint. So you can use, I don't know, /webhook, and then you can put a random UUID, for example. Another thing for incoming webhooks is that you have to fail fast if you're going to fail. And if you have a long computation that you need to run them in the background, because usually outgoing webhook, if you receive a webhook from GitHub, it has a 10 seconds timeout, so you need to return something. Otherwise, GitHub will consider your webhook as failed. And all the providers have this sort of practice. So it can be 10 seconds, it can be 5, it can be 15, but usually you have a time. The other thing from the security perspective is to verify IP addresses if you can, is to use signature and to pass a timestamp. Passing a timestamp is important because first, you give the opportunity to the users to check the age of your webhook. And the other thing is that they can verify whether someone is replaying a webhook or a request. And you can do that with the timestamp. The other thing is it's important to expose, to pass like a webhook ID, because you want to have item important webhooks. Like I want to see whether, okay, I'm making this request again. And on the other side, I want to see whether they processed this webhook already or not. And you can do this with a webhook ID. A couple of other tips are related to use a task manager to create like outgoing webhooks. You can think about Celery, you can think about RQ, there is Dramatic. If you like async.io stuff, you can check Arc. Like I said, like an outgoing webhook can fail because either the service is down on the other side or because there was like a network failure. So you need to have retry policy in place. And a good retry policy is an exponential backup, like especially if you're working with network. I think that's pretty much the default. Put a limit on the number of retrays. Usually can be a number of retrays, or it can be a number of days. Another thing is if you're exposing webhooks, sorry, if you're doing webhooks for other people, like in the sense you want to notify people or services that something happened inside your application, it's useful to put your machines behind NAT to have a single or a pool of IP addresses that you can share and say, okay, these webhooks are gonna come from this set of IP addresses. And another thing is to sanitize outgoing webhook URL. Like if you're doing thousands of webhooks and they're set by users which are not like internal users, just be mindful about the URL that they can put inside. And now we can talk about WebSockets, which is a completely different technology. So WebSocket is a protocol. It has a specification. So it has an RFC that you can read. It's the 6455. So you can just Google for this. It's a bidirectional protocol. And it's the browser API. So you can consume WebSocket from the browser, and there is an API for this. It's standardized by the W3C. And an important node and an important implementation detail is that WebSockets are built on top of TCP and not HTTP. And this is really important. He has some, because of this implementation, many things are going to be different compared to a normal HTTP request. Another thing is that you have both normal WebSocket and secure WebSocket, so you can use port 80 and port 443. So you have, because of that, you also have different schemes. So you have WS and WSS, so WebSocket secure. And the approach, like how do you start a WebSocket? So you start doing as a HTTP request, and then the request gets upgraded. And from a protocol perspective, this is how you do a HTTP request. So again, it's based on HTTP, like the version 1. So you do a connection, like you ask for. You send a request, you put the connection upgrade and upgrade to WebSocket, and then you get a response, and this is the response that you get from the server. So the way in which you can upgrade and the way in which you can start a WebSocket is pretty easy, but because it's a protocol and it's not really a framework that you can use to communicate with a client, you need to implement a lot of things. And I want to share some example with WebSockets in Python. Which they're not super easy in the sense that WebSocket is bidirectional, and it's so it's asynchronous by default in the sense that you're going to send messages and you're going to receive messages, but also you need to wait for messages. And while this approach is, I don't know, somehow supernatural for JavaScript or libraries, with Python it's a little bit more complex. So you can do different things in Python. So you can use threads, you can use Evelnet, or you can use async.io. And with you, I'm going to share some implementation using Starlet and Django that are based mainly on async.io. So this is a WebSocket receiver, like an endpoint for a WebSocket connection using async.io written using the Starlet web framework. And in this case, we don't have a request, so we don't pass a request to the function. We have a WebSocket. What we do is we accept the WebSocket connection, and then we have a while true, but just to keep the connection open. Then what we do is we send a request, so it's send text, and then we have a receive text, receive message from the users. And that's pretty much what we need to do. And when we are done with this, we just call WebSocket.close to close the WebSocket connection. Just remember that only the user, only like the web page can start a WebSocket connection. So it's always up to the user to start the WebSocket connection, and the server can close the connection, but it cannot restart the connection. This is a really important implementation detail because I'm gonna share some notes later. I'm gonna tell you more about this, but the WebSocket is a stateful protocol. Like you need to keep the state of the connection, and you need to really rely on the clients and on their implementation. Because if the connection drops, or if the connection for any reason stops, then you need to restart. And speaking about Django, this is an implementation using Django with channels. As you can see the implementation, like you can compare the implementation, like you can see the same methods. So we have a connect. So when a client connect, you can call accept to accept the connection. Then you can send a message. Every time that you receive a message from the client, the receive method is called. And in case the client is like disconnected or like the connection stops, the disconnect method is called. So it's different implementation, but they are like I said, the WebSocket protocol is a standard. So at least you have some guidelines about implementation. And like I said before, there are a couple of tips that I want to share, especially if you want to implement WebSocket by yourself. First of all, it's a bare stateful protocol. So it's a really a low level protocol. You don't have authentication out of the box. The protocol itself doesn't keep the state of the connection. If you lose connection or if for any reason the connection stops, you need to restart the connection. It's pretty much the standard on one of the good standards or one of the technology that you can use if you're using, like if you want to have a web-based low latency bidirectional communication. But if you need bidirectional communication between mobile, so for example, between a server and a mobile application, you can consider gRPC. It's probably a better approach, and you get all support above. Another thing is that because it's a really low level protocol, like try to leverage like libraries on both the front end, especially on the front end side and on the back end side. Another important thing is that one WebSocket is equal to one TCP connection, and if you get 50 tabs, it's going to be equal to 50 TCP connections. So the WebSockets are based on TCP, and as such, WebSocket is not compatible. Like there is no specification of WebSocket on HTTP2, so there is no way to use TCP connections or HTTP connection from the browser for WebSockets because it's still a draft, so there is no standard for this. So be mindful, because if you have thousands of users, and especially for web application, every tab is going to consume all like the port or all the connection that you can have on your server quite easily. Another thing is that it's fundamental to have an exponential random backoff on client side for a connection. So just think for a second that you have your servers and you have thousands of users connected at the same time. And then randomly the connection drops. And after a second, your client, because of the implementation, tries to reconnect to your servers. So you have thousands of users reconnecting at the same time and exploding your server. And this is something that you want to avoid. And one trick to do this in the right way is to have an exponential random backoff on your client. So the client is going to try to reconnect, but it's going to try to reconnect randomly in the future. And every client is going to have a different time for the reconnection time. And this is extremely useful. The other thing is that authentication is hard. Like you cannot modify the headers inside the web browser. So the web browser APIs are not exposing the header part. So from a web browser, the only thing that you can do is you can pass the token using the URL, or you need to implement your authentication flow inside the messages. So you pass a message with the token, then you wait for an answer from the servers, and this is how you can implement an authentication flow inside the WebSocket messages. So it's not super easy. You cannot reuse JWT libraries or like JWT authentication flow out of the box. It's something that you need to implement by yourself. And now I have some goodbye tips. So please, let's make the World Wide Web like a safer place. So let's use HTTPS and WSS for the WebSockets. If you can verify IP addresses for the WebSockets when you're receiving one, always verify and always use signature. Try to use random unique URL. And verify. So when you're calling, when you're doing an outgoing webhook, so when you're calling an HTTP endpoint, always verify the SSL certificate. So before I was using HTTPX, which is a client, and Sync.io client that you can use, and by this condition is there by default. So if the SSL certificate is not valid, the request is going to fail. And then I have a couple of tips on the scalability side. So like I said before, use exponential random backup on the WebSocket clients. It's really important. For your outgoing WebSockets, you can use exponential backup. It doesn't have to be random. But yeah, on your retry policies, try to have like the exponential way. Like you're going to wait 1 minute, then you're going to wait 3 minutes, then it's going to increase. Again, for your outgoing webhook, remember to set a timeout for the HTTP request. Again, some default. I think that for by default the timeout for a request is 10 seconds. So like you're gonna call an HTTP endpoint and you want to get the answer before 10 seconds. Otherwise, you're gonna raise a timeout error. And WebSocket is a bidirectional protocol, but there might be cases in which you only need to start a communication with the server, and then you only want the server to stream, and the client is going to listen. For these cases, and I think they are the majority of the cases, especially if you're not working with chats in general, there are better technologies than WebSocket. And one example is SSE, which is server-side events. So you can start a connection and then you switch to a stream, and then you're going to receive a stream of messages coming from the server. And it's much better than WebSocket, especially if you don't need a bidirectional connection, but you only need the stream from the server, because it's based on HTTP, so it's part of the standard, and it's HTTP2 compatible. That means that you can open 50 tabs with different SSE connection to the same web server, and they're gonna share the same TCP connection. So this scales really well. Well, thank you for listening. That's pretty much what I had. I have a link to a GitHub repository with the examples and with the working application that you can check. That's the link. If you have any question, I mean, we're gonna have the QA, but you can tweet at me. And for Python and DevOps related things, I blog on PyBootcamp, and I have a couple of workshops related to Kubernetes and DevOps stuff. Thank you.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Christian, for giving us your talk. And guys, I just want to remind you that all your questions that you're going to ask Christian or our other speakers are going to let you participate in a randomizer. It's going to give you a free pass for our senior tracks for our upcoming events, which is Java and the Solutions Architect. So please feel free. And as Christian said, we're going to have a Q&A now, joint Q&A with 3 of our amazing speakers. And before we do, I believe that Christian promised us to give us a little bit of an insight into his work and what exactly he does to do the indoor farming. Correct, Christian?
Yeah, that's right. How can I do that?
Maybe just a general idea, because we're very curious. We're very curious about how do you implement your skills to do that, to do that goal.
So yeah, I think that maybe it's useful to have like a picture or something like that. Cool. Yeah. So what we do at InFarm, we grow plants, we grow food inside vertical farms. This is a vertical farm. This is one of the hub that we have. This is Berlin. And we do hydroponic at scale. Like I said, we have more than 1,000 farms all around the globe. And we grow plants directly inside cities, inside big cities. And so we are super local, hyper local, that's how we call it. And I think we grow 45 or 50 different types of variety of crops in general, from fancy things like wasabi rucola to, I don't know, standard, I don't know, basil. And we grow plants, we grow food with technology. So 99% of our stack, especially in software, is written in Python. A lot of other things are written in Go, especially for the IoT part. And yeah, that's pretty much what we do. Like, we try to help traditional agriculture, matching the demand, which is increasing, especially because world population is increasing. And you can check some data coming from the United Nations, but in the future, I think more than 60% of the population is going to live in big cities, or out the, like they call them like mega city, like people, like cities with more than 10 million of inhabitants. So cities are going to have a lot of pressure on the food demand, and that's something that we're trying to prove.
For sure. That's a great cause, and we are all grateful that that's what you do for work. And guys, we're now connecting all of our amazing speakers for a Q&A. And just a quick one just came in from Anil. This is directed at Christian, so we can all listen and maybe participate. So Anil is asking if we can integrate .NET WebSockets framework Signal R with Python.
Well, as long as the client and the server, they implement the same protocol, which in this case is WebSocket, you can connect them. So the answer is yes. You can use different approach, like different libraries. It's pretty much like HTTP. So you can perform client from different libraries and from different languages, as long as you respect the contract, so the specification.
Got you. Thank you so much. And we welcome Aman and Anastasiia back. And we have a quick question for Anastasiia, where Yuri is asking if what is the most advanced decorator that you've used, and for what purpose was it?
Well, there was that crazy decorator, which I mentioned during my talk last time, which had all the late bindings, and it was creating tests automatically. So you just provide the input and then it will create the unit tests. But yeah, that was crazy stuff. I used it for purpose of having fun, learning, and it was something that I could use at work as well.
That sounds great. Now I want to pass on the question to our other speakers. Aman, do you use decorators? How do you feel about decorators?
Honestly, I don't have an idea on that. Sorry, so...
No worries. Maybe you can connect with Anastasiia later on. She's very big on those. She can brief you 100%. How about you, Christian?
Yeah. It's a good pattern, and you can reuse it also across different languages. It's really effective, especially in Python. But yeah, for a lot of things like authentication or to modify the functionality of some functions without changing the function itself. So it's extremely useful, actually.
And also, as Anastasiia mentioned before, you can have crazy fun with it. So that's an add-on, right? To spice up your work, your code. That's great. Guys, before I was asking other speakers that as well, and Christian, I didn't ask you that just yet, but I believe it can spark a conversation. What led you to Python, and where can you see yourself developing? Can you see yourself shift into another technology, or is it your go-to, your ride or die?
Well, I started with Python because I prefer Python instead of Ruby. I think that was a good decision, or at least it paid well.
That's a good one.
Yeah, and about the future, like as a developer, I don't like to be attached to technologies because they can change. So, like, I'm a developer, I'm gonna use whatever I like or whatever is a good tool for the task that I need to complete or I need to get done. A good example is I really like writing Golang, and I'm getting in love with JavaScript.
Sounds good. How about you, Aman? Are you gonna sell out Python and shift something else? I'm gonna double check on that. So please be very truthful with your answer.
Sure. So actually, I don't know if people know this or not. In Indian schooling system, we actually are taught C, C++ beforehand Python. So during a job interview, my first internship, I was asked whether I know Python or not. and I lied on my resume that I know Python, and then I have to just like quickly adapt from C++ to Python, and it was really easy because again, as Christian said, like if you know the sense, the code really language doesn't really matters. So I think it's going to stay. It's good with learners. There are a lot of libraries. I mean, like I think it should definitely have more libraries than any other framework comparatively, and I think it's still here to do its job that it's good at.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for promoting Lion on your CV. You know how it can lead you a long way, let's say, in your work. And we have another question coming from Eugene, and it's for Christian. He's asking, what are the applications of WebSockets and webhooks? Because he's only seen them applied in creating communication channels like chat rooms.
So WebSockets are a good example of technologies that you can use when you want to implement a chat, or when you want to have a bidirectional communication between the user and the application. Like think about Uber. WebSocket is a good case because we want to update the server, and you want to receive feedback from the server about the position of the car, for example. Webhooks are different. Like that you probably don't want to implement webhooks, like chat with webhooks. So webhooks are more for like when you need to receive a callback from an external service. Like that's the way to go. An example of webhooks are payment APIs is full of webhooks. So a card was charged, a charge was refused, a card was expired. All these things are things that you can track with a webhook. Other examples are long-running background jobs, and you want to get updated when a job is done or when a job failed. And these are all like good example of things that you can do with webhooks, which are basically like callback across the web.
Sounds good. Gotcha. Okay, guys, we're getting some more questions in, but while I have all of you in, as you mentioned, Christian, that you prefer Python over Ruby, and this whole event proves that all three of our speakers are on the same side. So can you please share your pros and cons, mostly pros, I assume, of using Python over another technology? Anastasiia, maybe you have some insights.
Yeah, the community, it's free to use. There are lots of people knowing it, and there are lots of people who are willing to share the knowledge. Not like it's a siloed community and they just don't talk to each other. And it's easy to start with. I started with like in a hard way with C++, which was a lot of effort. I think Aman also mentioned that. So after learning something like this, Python is fairly easy, and then you're like, wow, so many benefits. You just can write code and enjoy it. You don't need to compile, see the issue, and then try to fix it. So yeah.
So seamless. Aman, would you agree with that? You, as someone who was forced into it almost, can you agree with Anastasiia that it's pleasure once you're there?
Yeah, not forced. I forced myself to go into that, and actually, it was a good decision all the way. Otherwise, I would have been working in some different stream, I think. So some points that I really like is like it's whatever you write is automatically readable if you're doing it in the right way. That's what I really like about it. And when you get the hand around it, it's really like the whole project like speaks to you. That's how I feel when the developers in our team also works with Python. Also on the plus point, whatever like anything you want to work on today, there is definitely a workaround for that tool in Python. Also, you might get in trouble with sometimes in Ruby or even JavaScript, but Python definitely has a crack for it in like all conditions. And also how you can smoothly run it in like different environments. I have seen that working with IoT in embedded systems, in web in front end frameworks, and of course like APIs, like implementing like Flask API, which is super easy, no setup and no kind of background thing required. So that simplicity of course speaks for itself, and it's popular among learners. So that's on the plus point. Yeah.
So would you say the troubleshooting is also easier than the other technologies?
Yeah, in a way, but on the flip side, it has its own disadvantages. Like, for example, everything that you have to write, you are adding so many dependencies, and those dependencies might have more dependencies. So in a way, this is kind of problem that exists with any other language also, that security issue might occur. Sometime I have also faced that the dependencies might get expired or don't update with the next Python version. So I mean, the versioning and like managing the dependencies is on the con side. But I mean, like, what language doesn't? So
True. You have to manage everything all together, like everyone does, correct? Gotcha. Thank you. Christian, do you have anything to input to our conversation? Are you finding it seamless, or are you having its own pros and cons as well with it?
Well, I think that the biggest features that Python can provide are, well, first, the velocity that you can get when you implement things with Python. The other things is the size of the ecosystem. So you can really leverage the ecosystem because you have a library pretty much for everything. But there are also many downsides, and a big ecosystem, it's something that you need to maintain. So there is a cost, an overhead. And as Python gets older, also libraries gets older. And the other thing is that as a dynamic language, and maybe this is a bit too far, but it wasn't meant to be a language in which you can construct or build a complex system. And it's the same for Rails. Like, they're both struggling with this, and Python introduced like typing, and Rails is going to do the same. JavaScript did the same with TypeScript. So as your ecosystem, like as your application grow bigger, that's pretty much a pain that everyone has. The lack of proper typing, the fact that you're gonna mess up with things, and it's just super easy with language with Python.
Got your point. Earlier today, Anastasiia mentioned to us that she wishes, secretly or not that secretly, that all the Java community just shifts to Python. Do you think it will be useful and helpful? They will contribute something that's going to make it superior. Aman?
oops, I thought it was for Anastasiia. Yeah, it made me think now that why I don't work with Java now is because of this reason that I switched to Python. So I mean, definitely that's the point. I think
So that
now I only use Java for like Android apps, native Android apps. Other than that, I think not much.
Gotcha.
What can I say?
I see that we have one more question coming in for Anastasiia from Anil, and he's mentioning that the decorators are heavily used by web frameworks. What are some of its uses in everyday code?
Well, it depends on the purpose. I mean, you cannot say that you have to use one specific decorator. It depends what do you want to do with it. And I would suggest mostly not to use decorators in the sake of using them, but to use them on purpose only, because you have to know what is it doing exactly. It's changing the behavior of the function itself, and then you don't see it. So it's hidden behind the name and the @ sign, and then it just stays there with the name. So what does it do? How do you know? If you take the package from somebody else, for example, with no recognition, I would say you don't really know unless you check the code. So I would not say that there is something you have to use, but just mind the purpose.
Sounds good. Okay. Also, something interesting that Aman mentioned, his whole talk was about the environment and how to schedule your work properly and just make it run smooth. And I wanted to ask two of you as well, Christian and Anastasiia, how do you find your environment affecting your work? Is it making it easier? What kind of issues are you bumping into when you're trying to code? And that's just for our general audience to know. Maybe you have some tips and tricks on how to keep yourself productive and not drift off to something else. Christian, maybe you have some insights for us.
About staying efficient.
That also, but maybe just keeping yourself on track, because so many things when you're working in a huge team, and I bet you do work in a huge team, so many things are affecting your workflow. How do you stay on track? How do you control your procrastination monkey in your head?
Yeah, I think I have a secret tips we share that I want to share with all developers all around the globe, and it's they are not paid to write software.
Sorry?
You're paid. Yeah, what I said is that you are not paid to write software. You are delivering business value through software, but the last thing that you should do is writing software. So you really need to avoid the looping hole that you need to implement things, and try to remember that if there is a better way or a shorter way, that's the way to go usually. Like, this is a good way to avoid complexity, having technical discussion which are not bringing any value to either you or the company. So writing software is a tool. It's not exactly what you need to do. That's how I keep myself on track.
Got you. Anastasiia, would you agree? Or do you have some?
Yes, definitely. That's a really, really good point. And I think it's really important to focus on the value which the team brings to the product. So not on writing the code or creating fantastic architecture or using one technology over another one. Like, you don't like Python, for example, you want to use Java, so let's rewrite everything in Java. No, it doesn't really work like that. And as Christian described, like, if there is a solution already working for this problem, it's cheaper to get that solution and even pay some subscriptions, even if they're expensive. It could be way cheaper. So that's something to consider, not only for developers, but also for leaders. And yeah, what helps me to stay focused on the work is not promising something that I cannot really achieve or deliver. And also ask a lot of questions to bring all the people to the same understanding of the problem and of the feature.
How do you feel about stupid questions? As Aman mentioned, it's very important to ask stupid questions as well to get it off your way.
There are no stupid questions. I mean, they're all smart in some way. So if this question is stupid for you, it doesn't mean that it's stupid for the person who is asking it. So that means that this person is has enough courage to ask the question, which is fantastic. And that's something that we need to encourage in the teams, not only as a lead or as I don't know, senior developer, but for everyone else to be build a safe environment for everyone else to ask those questions, no matter how complex or like weird they are.
Even simple questions, I believe, can add to a certain environment and just clarify some things. Thank you so much. And I see that we have a question coming in for Anastasiia as well from Billy. And he's asking if you have any tips for keeping track of decorators used, not to get lost in them.
How decorators used are in the code? That's an interesting question. I have no idea. I mean, you're not going to write the decorators in the list, but you have to have some code quality and to run some tests on what is actually your code doing. So we're not using decorators for using decorators. And if there is another package which does the job better than your decorated function, then of course it's better to use that package instead of maintaining your own function and the decorator which is used.
So is it safe to assume that you're just not using that many to lose track of them? Maybe they're running some tests, so they're using a lot.
Yeah, like you're using the package, decorators from the package for the purpose again, and you don't need to track them. You need to track the packages that you use because, yeah, as Christian mentioned, that packages are sometimes not well maintained. So you have to take care of that yourself. Either maintain them yourself or even save the version, the package on your local machine, which is kind of not a good idea. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Another question for all of you, our speakers, which is a lot of our audience is the beginners. they are junior developers, so they are trying to scale up their Python. So the question is, how do you keep learning more within one technology? Because you've accomplished already a lot and you're given a knowledge away, but I bet you have a thirst of mind to keep yourself informed on the updates and just level up. So if you have some sources or some ways that you keep yourself knowledge. Aman, maybe I think Aman has a lot to say on that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just 22 right now. I graduated last year. So, I mean, I have the most to learn, and Christian and Anastasiia are all like more senior to me in terms of how much they know. So, I mean, like the way I learn is like free, of course, like learning a lot, whatever you find on YouTube instead of wasting time on Netflix. That's important too, of course. But just catching up a little bit of time, creating a timeline and milestone for yourself. Lost a lot of people, students get lost after they complete their high school or graduation. At that time, you used to have a report card, like which tells you if you are failing or passing the exams. But then, when you want to develop and grow yourself, you have to create a report card or a milestone for yourself so that you can assess yourself. Self-assessment is a very important thing. Then, especially for Python, I think the best way I have found is to be part of an open source community or a project and be like fully deep into that. If you create one PR, which is really important to the framework, you have done that. You know the ins and out of how to work with other people's code, how to read code, how to write code, and just keep on doing it. So yeah, I think these are the 2 cents from me.
Yeah, I think I can share a couple of things here. I mean, if you want to become a software developer and want to work for a company or be a consultant or anything else, but if you want to work professionally in this field and you just started, I think you need, like, one tip is that you should focus on compounding learning. Like, you need to learn continuously and you need to put yourself where you learn every hour. And you can do this by working in open source, joining the community, reading about software, reading about other people writing software. That's extremely useful. And the other thing is that, especially if you're going to grow to, I don't know, senior, lead, whatever, we really need to destroy this dichotomy between soft skills and hard skills. You're going to work with people. The only way in which you're not going to work with people is that you're not going to work. So, like, soft skills is something that you need. The so-called soft skills is something that you need to develop. You're going to work inside a team and you're going to work with other 5 or 6 people. And you're going to measure by the output of the team. And if you don't work well with other people, and there's like, you can be a genius, but it's not going to work. So just, try to do something if you think you're lacking on soft skills.
For sure. Let's not become Sheldons of this world, especially when we're locked inside. It's very important to stay connected and not get lost in technology and just keep developing in that direction. Anastasiia, do you have any valuable tips for our audience in this? How do you keep yourself informed?
Yeah, I was about to say that I'm subscribed to Christian's Twitter account and I know all the news and insights from him, but he already said everything. So yeah, you can still say that. I am. And also I can suggest to just watch some talks from the conferences, because people are sharing their real experience, not only something that you can read in any of the books, or like books are also a good example, but that's like a real person. You can learn from people, how do they express themselves, what is important, because the focus of the speaker is also important. Like, speaker focuses on something that is crucial for this specific person. That means that this was learned the hard way, probably. And at the same time, yes, soft skills, I think that's the most important part, because everything else you can learn at work from your colleagues. And if you don't talk to people and you don't know how to ask the questions, even like any weird, stupid questions, you will never learn anything. So I think first to learn is how to talk to people and how to communicate with human beings and how to ask questions. So I think the most useful skill for me is how to ask questions, how not to offend people by this question. Like, it could be like, what are you doing in here? This would be something that I would not prefer to hear, but to ask how this function works, that would be like really nice. And I would be happy to help to anyone who does ask those questions.
For sure. I believe we have all a same goal of creating an environment that's welcoming to everyone who's willing to learn, who's interested in technology. And I hope that everyone could benefit from the events that we're doing and from the amazing speakers that we invite to participate in it. You see, even our speakers follow each other, so they look up to each other. They learn a lot. They never stop, which is amazing. And we're really, really happy to have everyone and to share this knowledge and to keep creating this community that's very open and not close to sharing the knowledge, sharing the experiences. So we're very thankful to our speakers and every attendee that comes in to get this gist of the experience that, as multiple speakers mentioned today, that they spent months and a certain time out of their life creating this experience for you, so you don't have to go through it. You don't have to spend this time, and you can learn from their mistakes, let's say, and from their personal experiences and technology. So I want to thank you guys again for joining us, for being there for the community and for participating in it. And we hope we're going to have much more and more upcoming events where you can also join us and just work on this common goal of ours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
thanks for having us, and have a safe learning at
Yes,
home.
for sure. For everyone, stay safe and stay connected. And thank you again.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. Bye.
So that was it for us. That was very exciting. I hope you're not super exhausted. I hope your brains didn't explode from all this amazing information that has been provided by all of our speakers. We cannot thank them enough. We cannot thank you guys enough for joining us, for being with us, for contributing to this community, which is very important for us. We worked really hard on organizing this event, and we're going to work even harder for the next ones. We appreciate every one of you who came in, who participated, who listened, who learned, who asked the questions, who got their answers, and we're here to help you grow, and you are definitely helping us be better at this. So our common goal is being accomplished, and we are wrapping up our event. I want to remind everyone that if you missed anything, I bet you couldn't stay alert and focused for the whole 24 hours of our event, which is absolutely okay. So I just wanted to remind you that we have all of our recordings for every speech, for every speaker that participated in this event available. It's only $15, but it's going to elevate your knowledge. It's going to let you rewatch, rewind, remember something that you maybe missed, apply that knowledge, that valuable knowledge that they provided, and make it really, really beneficial for you, because this is what we work for. We want you to start a new career. We want you to become better at your work. We want you to be more excited about this technology, to be more knowledgeable. And as you see, even speakers, even the top-notch speakers, they never stop learning. So this is something that we cater to, and we hope that you enjoyed it as much as we did. Please send us your questions, your comments, your feedback is very valuable for us, so we can become better together. Thank you for having me, guys, and I'm gonna see you next time. Take care.